As we are almost forgetting to start up the camera, but we are indeed alive upon the internet. Very early for my doings. Let me change my volumes a little bit as I have a different headset on my head than regular. And yeah, I'm gonna jump in here. And what I'm mostly wanting to do is, yeah, I couldn't find sleep, so screw it. Screw it, we'll do it live. And what my intention is to record some segments already for the build collection update video. So we'll go do that. One thing I wanted to do as well is, again, haven't really picked a intro place. Really. It's considering a few ones. I'm basically always considering a few ones. Seeing as Kenley is available, I was considering maybe doing it somewhere in Kenley. So I'm like looking at the map going like, which kind of locations do I kind of like remember that I wanted to use and abuse? Mostly as well because it's like, it's not related to a build or anything, so I don't like fire or explosions. I just want a nice looking background. I was thinking of maybe just the bridge here, but it's always annoying. You get assaulted by a billion things over there all the time, so that's not a good idea. It's considering just going and being by this tree. That kind of sounds like a good idea, actually. Or maybe going in here and with the arc exhibit. You know what, let's go scout this tree. I don't actually really remember how it looks. But seeing as it's kind of like a post-Christmas thing, might be a good place to go. We'll go have a sneak peek. Also, actually, let's currently suddenly see. Let's just set the world to normal. Let's not deal with any shenaniganery. I'm kind of thinking of, if I really planned it out, there would be, like I could put it in order where some things overlap a little bit, but I think I'm just going to go character by character. I think that will just be fine by itself. Although that does mean, for instance, that, yeah, the combat medic on character 5 and on character 2 are kind of like similar, but then we're not like discussing them at the same time. But I think that would, yeah, still be fine. That way as well, I can just pull up the builds one by one on the characters themselves and kind of go over them as well. And in between, we'll have to look up spreadsheets that I made for them as well. Because there's a bunch of art installations here as well. You could kind of use as a background. But also, I don't mind this as like Christmas is over, boys kind of thing. Good. Actually, yeah, especially when like going from here like this. I like that view. These guys like on top of me? Not per se. And yeah, there are ads that will go through this area, which is annoying. But we should be fine here for a while. Except that actually being assaulted by something. Maybe Hoarder? Likely a different faction though. Nope, that's Hoarder. Get one more Slayer. One more deconstructed Slayer. Oh, I was like, that's a weird face. But yeah, the face on the other side. Are all the statues the same? Looks like it. Cutting corners. You just really like this person. Yeah, they're all the same. Yeah, kind of like this just as a background kind of thing. Like end of Christmas, post Christmas, 3 deaths. Let's see how this looks. What is even her? Actually. We have that emote, of course. Setup and hey there, Cairo. Good morning to you, as we're starting pretty early today. As my bitrate goes red. What happened there? See if it fixes itself just by itself. It seems to have peaked up, which seems to be an easy way anyway. I don't hate this. And then we can actually it's my controller. It's connected, right? Pull up and do a reveal of Mad Santa. You know what I should do? God damn it. I totally should, right? These are bad decisions. Don't make my same bad decisions. But, sometimes you just have to make bad decisions. There are worse things in life than just bad decisions. There are worse decisions than bad decisions. But yeah, I feel I need to just have this right. I feel this combination is fitting of what we're trying to do here. And yeah, I never wear Hunter's Mask anyway. I should have just bought the costume separately. Likely it would be available eventually, just without dress. It's also actually the glove is one of these things, right? Recruited glove. Yeah, that doesn't look in any way really better. So I do like the thing. I do like the the look of it, kind of. But likely as well, we're just gonna have it here, just for the looks. Yep. I mean, I'm okay. I'm basically seeing that as just tipping the devs. I like their game. We'll send some money their way, showing that we are interested in content, although not specifically that kind of content. Give me game content, but you know what? A well-made cosmetic. Although I would just want to buy this one for like $6 or something. That's what it should have been. And hey, they're toasty. And indeed, I did fall out of bed. I fell out of the right side of the bed, which is couldn't sleep anymore. So I was like, you know what? Let's get out of bed. Don't keep lying in bed when you can't sleep. It's a very bad way of associating, your bed with with just, you know, not sleeping and stuff. And yeah, if you can't sleep, get out of bed. And I did, and now I'm awake. And as well, yeah, that was I hadn't closed my balcony door very well, turns out, and that kind of woke me up as the wind blew it open at some point. Pretty sure I actually did close it, but I think like just that door couldn't hold up against the wind unless it's like locked. So I was suddenly very cold, and I was like, "What is happening here?" And waking up, and yeah. Once you have that shock of like, "Holy shit, my door is open and it's raining into my house, and we need to fix this and stuff," then you're awake for a little while at least. I don't hate this. I wish I could go even lower. Or we can actually maybe zoom out a little bit more. You know what? Guys, I'm busy here. Can I help you?
You can't deal with me.
I can totally deal with you.
I know who you are.
Good? Good for you. Okay, where were we? Can the murder stop? I may have picked a horrible location, turns out. As it may be a little bit busy over here. It's maybe a busy intersection. And that's it. Give it a little bit of a... maybe that way, actually. Tiny amount. You know what? I don't hate that. Yeah, let's do the high Amikias here, and I'll take away my face. And I'm recording parts for a video, so that's what we're doing here. I thought I'll do it on stream. You know, keep me busy, keep me active, also keep me from like accidentally going and doing something else for 7 hours and then coming back and oh yeah, I was doing this. So and we'll go through like some of the numbers and stuff that caused all of the changes. Yeah, what do I want to even say with the intro? So and then we're gonna go character by character. Everything will be timestamped. Everything will be linked. No, I'm just gonna link the build collection. You know what? I will link the builds shown. Let's actually open up a folder for it and already make a description file. You know what? While I'm doing that, let me bring myself back while we're waiting. So yeah, let's actually make the folder already in recordings. And let's definitely make a description files, because I'll put all the... I won't link all of the calculation sheets in there, I don't think. Mostly because, yeah, I don't want them per se to be. Some of them are not in shared folders, maybe. And most of them should be, but not all of them will likely be. 23, 12, 27. Collection update. That's what I'll call it for now. It is going to be a rambling talk. What's the last rambling talk? This one, right? We'll just take the description and the thumbnail file from here, paste it into here, sort this all by name. So yeah, the build collection there, because having this file at the ready. You know what else? I'll link the calculation sheets. People usually like that. But yeah, that means that whenever we hit a calculation sheet, I just need to be sure to add it to this list, because otherwise I will forget. So let's save this file and keep it open. Let's actually alter this file as well. So as I briefly prepare as well just the thumbnail, because otherwise I'll forget to prepare it. We'll just alter this to be build collection. Updates. Oh, that's fine for now. Just to have it ready for later. Yeah. Let's jump back into here. Let me actually check if this is working correctly. Should be right here and here as well. Yeah. Okay, let's attempt an intro before we get interrupted once more. Let's make sure the hard disk is actually spooled up. So, short test recording. Yep, that works. Okay, let's hit an intro, shall we? Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be going over the build collection and a ton of updates that I've made to it. And it's not so much about the updates, we'll go also into why I made the changes to some builds, why some builds got deleted in favor of other builds. And we'll go over some of the calculation sheets as I made them on stream, and we went over the numbers and made decisions based on them. And I think that part will be definitely interesting, and we'll show, some of the reasoning for some of the changes. As always, I'll be making extensive use of my build collection, of course, as this video is very much about it. And all of the build pictures and all of the calculation sheets, I will try to make sure everything is included down there as links. And we'll also, of course, let's kind of like that intro, but I stumbled on, okay. That's why that, yeah. Change the button, of course, for that. Let's change the button for that scene switch, and I was fumbling around with it. Yeah, let's try that again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be going over the build collection and a lot of changes that I've made to it recently. We'll mostly go over the builds and some that got deleted, some that got altered, and also go over usually either my my what? That's not the word. That's not what I sentence wanted to go, but let's third time's a charm, right? 3, 2. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give an update, or actually it's a rambling talk, right? I want to ramble on, yeah. I wonder if anybody even cares about this, but there's a set thing about intros. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a while about some of the updates that I made to the build collection, and we'll go over what got changed, and then we'll also go into why it got changed, either by spreadsheet or just by me explaining it. We'll go character by character for this video, and of course, as always, I'll be using my build collection, as this is very much about that. Everything will be linked down below, as I'll try to remember to make sure of that, all the builds that we'll go over. And everything will be timestamped as well, so hope it is easy to jump around and see the parts that you're interested in. So yeah, let's get started, as this will likely be a very long one as well. You know what, I'm fine with that. That was mostly sincere. For today's video, I want to ramble on. Everything also is not that long, right? It's like 47 seconds. Down below, as I'll try to remember to make sure of that. And everything will be timestamped as well, so Hope it is easy to jump around and see the parts that you're. And yeah, I do like this. I do like the Santa face with this emote. Like, just it's one of my favorite things now in the game.
Kill that target.
Well, luckily these guys showed up just in time to be murdered instead of just before where they would murder me. Guys, could you go away?
Serious trauma detected.
You know what? Let's not die here. That would be embarrassing. Goodbye. Yeah. Let's maybe not hang around here then. I'm gonna go kind of by this building, hoping that it's a little bit quieter in here. Although it's nice and dark in here. Once the nighttime starts. Yeah, let me bring this up for a second. So yeah, the build we're gonna start off with, actually, let's bring up this a second. Let's start going through the list and making picks and choices. Let me actually start the tablet up as well. And so I'll have chat up there because I'll be tabbing out OBS intermittently as it's in the way otherwise. So yeah, which ones got changed? Let's start with character 2 with the strikers. I was considering maybe talking about strikers here because I added a bunch of strikers. Of course. We'll start talking about them on character 2 and beyond. Wait, did we never? Oh yeah, no, we moved that to a different character, right? She still has just the Gen 2 or the Gen 3 in this one, right? Because I definitely want to talk about the Gen 3 with Closer, because that one was a long time coming. Because, yeah, definitely Combat Medic, of course, got changed here. Oh, it's the same. This Hazard Protective Force got changed. Yeah, that's basically the two I want to talk about. Hers ones. She's the lightest. Because on character 2 we have a bunch. It's actually not that many, but that's also good because it would take forever otherwise. Yeah, let's grab that. Actually, you know what? I should open this file as well because there's still a bunch of edits in this one, of course. That just yeah, that one basically holds true with what we have here. Let's go find the combat medic calculations. I could also just search, but it's this one. And we did some PFE calculations as well. PFE chill out. So let's first, let me first copy over the links of everything. Because documenting it now will be easier than trying to go back and document it later. Adding those in there. You know what? While we're in this file, let's add the other one as well, because we're going to talk about these two. And this one. And that one is based upon this one. Yeah. So let's make sure this is saved. Let's bring up game again. So actually, let me refamiliarize myself with even what is going on here. This is actually the Combat Medic Striker. This isn't actually the one, right? Yeah. I don't remember. Did we make the Striker before or after? So that's Combat Medic Striker. What field before? Oh, okay, this is this. It's this one. Yeah. Oh, hi. Hello, friendly hyena. Where's everybody else? Seem to have picked a very busy place. Might come back and bite me. If it gets too rambunctious, we'll go somewhere else. Yeah, I need to have this one instead. The linked thing for that first one. Because the other one is actually just for combat strikers. Or combat medic strikers. This one is for this thing. And yeah, that's kind of the annoying thing with this one. This will come back into play later, so we'll hang on to it. We're gonna have a million billion things open. But that is fine. Okay, let's go back to this view. So actually as well, bring up this. Oh, that's going to the wrong one. Why is this one going to the wrong one? There we go. This one was going to the wrong one? No. Just that one was going to the wrong one. Yeah, because I want my trusty red circle, of course. Okay, let me actually look at this thing and refamiliarize myself with what even is happening here. So this is with grading. Okay, so this is also all with headshots. So let's do this. So we can set this to 0 as well. Yeah, right now. And then I'm not specifically clicking the cell. Why you do this? So yeah, 0, 90, 0. You know what? Let's even put one more 90 in here just so I can flip around. So yeah, back and front. There we go. Yeah, so it's barely a win, but it is a win. That was the thing with it. So let's decide how I kind of want to do these. I'll just introduce the build first in the game and then show the loadout slot and then go to the build picture and then go to the calculation. Yeah, let's do that. But you know what? I'll start on the loadout because that's like, because I have this at the ready, right? So I should have the build collection at the ready first because I'm gonna make a short explanation there. Yeah, let's do this one. And to kick it off, as we'll go in the order of my characters as I see it, we're first going over main account and the first 4 characters there, and the 5th character being character 1 on account 2. As that is also actually how the build collection is set up, as some people don't know that, or well, it's also not per se obvious, but they are numbered in the first number before the punctuation there is the character number, and then the second number is their loadout slot. So in this case, we're going to be discussing 1.08. If we go into the game, 1.08, this is character 1. This is their 8th slot, and this is the combat medic, which is the first build we'll be discussing. We'll do a cut there. I'll prepare this one to be the jump and prepare, actually no, first the build picture of it. Actually, we'll do it like this just so top parts are available as well. Yeah. And of course, the combat medics I've already made a build showcase on. We've made minor alterations to them, as we'll go into the build picture in a second as well. But basically what has changed is we've put in 2 pieces of Brazos. Of course, the Picaros with a skill tier, and a secondary as well to back it up and get that skill tier as the 2-piece bonus. We can't really ninja bike here or anything. We wouldn't want to either anyway as well, as yeah, I feel the BTSU gloves is very integral to this. But this is a very minor upgrade that I gave them. If we go into their build picture briefly, and of course everything will be linked down below. Stat-wise, not much has changed. We've retained as much repair skill on this variant of the build. We'll go into a glass variant as well later on character 4, where we have less repair skill and is more designed towards damage. But this one has retained its ability to heal, and heal pretty well, actually, I would say. Damage-wise, it's not bad, not great. Something you would expect with this many yellow cores and giving up this many miners, of course. And yeah, it was a decision based upon a calculation sheet, as we'll go into here. As I'm getting shot at in game again. Guys, have you considered not shooting me? What I should do is actually capture this zone. That would help. Yeah, so, actually bring up the game. That's fine. But what a much easier thing to do is for the next one we'll just go to a settlement.
Just like that.
Hostile control point identified.
Because there are a bunch of places. But we'll finish off the combat medic here just for consistency. Yeah, where were we? Let me see actually, yeah, what was my last sentence there? And of course the combat medic, as we'll go into here. So I put all of those files in the folder as well already. Calculation sheet. This one. Yay. It's making it a biggie. Yeah, so. Yeah. And yeah, here's the multi-calculator. Also, it will be linked down below. This one will be actually covering a second build we'll come back to later with the glass combat medic on character 4. Mostly we'll discuss these first 4 ones as we have it here, which is the obliterate combat medic with its stats as it is in the game. And of course, as well, comparing just between 2 versions of it. And the 2 versions are, of course, the old version where I had alongside the Cheska and the 2 Providence that we still have. Now we have 2 Brazos alongside of it. In the past, we used to have a Fenris and a Grupo, adding into our damage that way. Calculation-wise, it ends up that when we have Headshot active, this is an important thing, so we're going to turn it off in a second. When we have Headshot active, and we're 100% headshotting, because of course the Headshot will affect crit damage more, and that build, of course, had more crit damage the previous version. This one has more weapon damage. The Brazos version, the new version, is winning out by 3 1/3%. So that is quite the increase. And of course, as well, we have to account for grading, because that affects, then again, the Picaros that we have on the build, and extra, what in effect actually that skill tier gets us from 2-piecing Brazos is actually another weapon core. That's what it gets us. And that very much lets us have a little bit more damage, even when we're at grade 20, but only when we headshot. So if you actually take this headshot and put it down to 0, as that it alters it for all of them, the way I altered it there. Now we see actually that it is losing when it's grade 20 and barely winning when it's not. So this is actually a very minor upgrade, and this is the reason as well that I left it out for as long as we did. Let's put this to, let's say, 10% headshots, and they basically line up in the same way. But yeah, I wanted to do this upgrade because it is, in effect, a little bit of an upgrade. Although actually, if we go into the more we go into expertise grading, it'll actually lose out more and more. But I mostly actually don't grab my graded capacitor for this, and for that, it is actually perfectly fine, and an upgrade that was somewhat worth it on this variant, which has a little less crit damage, but definitely worth it on the next variant we'll be discussing later on character 4. Yeah, let's move on to the next build. Wait, do I have it? I'm looking at my build in game. Shouldn't I have one more red core? How did this happen? Right? Like, if I do this, I'm still 60er, right? So we just literally forgot to put an extra red core here. How did that happen? God damn it. Yeah. So yeah, let's go fix this one up then, because it's not matching the calculation there, of course. And then we have to actually re-record. Yeah, because the footage is wrong there. How did I not catch that? Oh, actually, the recording is still running. Yes. Oh, actually, no, that's the stream. Yeah, you know what? We'll redo that one. At least on this end, it'll be an easy fix. The only annoying thing is I'll have to redo the damage numbers as well. How did that... God damn it.
Good to see you. You need anything?
How did that mistake stay in? I think we didn't spend too much time on this build, but still. We'll do the knee pad. That seems like the place I would put it. Actually, well, I mean, the obvious place to put it actually is, let's do... Because is this also wrong with 4? No, right? I want to make that mistake twice. High-end combat medic. Let's take you guys along as well. No, here I've done it correctly. There should be 2 red cores on the build. There's 2 red cores on the build. But not on, yeah, not on this other combat medic. Such a dumb mistake to make. Yeah, let's fix that then, because yeah, we need that to be, you know.
You need help with something?
You know what? Do I have a gift backpack extra with crit damage? No. Don't have that blueprint yet, right? Or did they actually even fix it to be in this part? No.
Hey.
Let's do it on the holster or the knee pad. Actually, wait, what is my other pieces? Let's do it on the mask. Get the core on there. There you go.
To see you.
At least that's a pretty easy fix. Because yeah, if we go into that one, we can just take weapon damage there, put that there, remove this. Actually doesn't change anything about the skills or anything because they were 6 skilled here already still, and they still are. It's just the damage numbers. We'll get new damage numbers. Actually, you know what? Let's keep those damage numbers there. Let's see actually how much that... Why did I not test it at the range versus the bullet numbers? Because where is it even? So we did it with grade 20. Actually, I need to grab my grade 20. 456 or 79. What? What is my stat wise? 55 plus 30 plus 20. Might have to alter this calculation sheet as well. Let's get the grade 20 faster first. There we go. And just have that in there. Stat wise. Okay, yeah. So 120 plus 30, which is a completely different number than we have. Oh no, actually no, that's this, right? Yeah. So 150. So that's now it's matching up. Crit chance, crit damage. Crit chance, crit damage. 52. 135. Oh, that was, yeah. We need a different gift. And that might actually, of course, be the obvious place to put that. I think that was the thing. I was trying to see if I could find a crit damage gift on one of my other characters, bring that in, but then we chose to just do the build picture for some reason. And by we, I mean I. Because I don't have any crit chance mods or anything, right? Actually, we have a crit chance mod there. So I would much rather run it at this 52. Where's this with coyote numbers? No, right? Nah. Actually, yeah, that wouldn't line up even. So what we're gonna do is do 52, 52, 52, 52. Is plus 12 is plus 12. You know what? Let's not calculate anything ourselves. Let's not trust ourselves. Just we'll put everything is plus 12. And so now with 0 headshot, okay. Or 90. Okay, that seems a little bit more in line with what I would expect, actually. So that lines up. Should kind of do the same here then as well already. Yeah, is plus 12. Is plus 12. Minus 12. No, just flat same. Plus 12. And yeah, I'm actually looking at it now. I want another set of numbers there. This is the annoying thing with this, and this is likely going to happen a few times in here. I just want the is there spreadsheet, like nothing else, nothing special. Because all of these as well, then go 52, 52, 52, 52. And we have one thing that I don't want to do is, because that's the obvious number set that we actually want, is to turn this all into class and copy this over here. And we'll do the same over here in the inverse, making this one just the obliterate one, this one just the combat medic one. Because, of course, the thing we would want to know as well is coyote. Plus 10. Plus 10. Actually, I can just, it's much faster if I just control copy. Plus 10. Plus 10. Plus 10. Plus 10. Plus 10. And 60, 60, 60, 60. Do we have one where I have, let's go in here. Where's like the recent one I use for third stats? There we go. Because we'll just copy this over. let's just copy it double over. And we'll put that here, and this here, and this here, and this here. Yeah, and that should all work just as is. actually just to know up front if headshot is full. Okay. Yeah, this makes a little bit more sense as well on why the change got made. Yay. Well, I haven't actually grinded that much. Neither Swiss. I've just have a lot of playtime. As I've played this game a lot over many months and years and stuff. And yeah, 18K is like nothing special nowadays. We didn't fix. Oh yeah, yeah. We forgot one last thing. First, which is those damage numbers down there. Let's go fix those up. Oh, I think it's yeah. This actually also changes. Let's go get shots in the range. Because yeah, there's players with my playtimes that have actually spent most of the time. Well, I mean, not most of the time, but have indulged in grinding pretty hard, and they're much higher SHD level than me. I'm actually a pretty slow leveler. First off, we need that weapon damage stat because that did change because we took it from here, and we hadn't noticed our mistakes before. The rest of it, actually, this weapon damage changes as well. So let's be thorough. Is there the weapon, like the stat weapon damage change? And yeah, I'm hoping to not run into too many mistakes like this because that'll eat up a lot of time otherwise. Because that was a silly mistake. And now, let's put it to Invulnerable Elite. And we got a new set of damage numbers out of the game. Just obliterate right here. We did, of course, gain a decent amount there by fixing our mistakes. Or well, my mistakes. Should not indict you guys into it. So you guys could have told me that I missed the armor or missed the red core. Yeah, actually will. Just for myself, we'll put these numbers just over these numbers. Yeah. Yeah, we gained about like 7.5, just under 7%. Just quick math there. Oh, let me catch up on chapter. Man, I see some. Is that a skill build? This is a combat medic, like a healer that does damage as well. Not the greatest of build. There's a striker variant that's much better than this one, I would say, but. As we're currently just mostly recording some parts for an upcoming video on my channel of builds that got upgraded in the build collection. So, I don't know if see. Well, there's a lot of high-level players nowadays. SHT doesn't mean that much anymore. Luckily as well, as it never really meant anything. We'll go use some more like backgrounds over here. I get a clean line when I go here. Not particularly. No, we'll just take the...
Check out what I've got.
We'll just take this as background. It's fine. As we'll go through the settlements and stuff. Yeah, so we need to kind of re-record that because, of course, all of it contained the old build with the major mistake. Let's yeah, get my face out of there. As yeah, we don't show that on the YouTubes. That's Twitch and OnlyFans only. Oh yeah, in this one I also gave the introduction of like how the build collection thing worked, right? So we'll do that.
Hello.
You know what? I'm gonna equip it with this. I'm actually gonna put the capacitor, that other one, away. But then that way that build is lit up. It is saved with the other one, of course. So yeah, we have this. Let's get this out of the way for a second. There we go. Actually, yeah, we wanna. Actually, yeah, that's a separate intro kind of thing, right? And then we jump into the build collection. Is this at the ready? Yep. Yeah, let's discuss it. So I need to not have the browser selected when I press F7, of course, because that breaks everything. Wait, what? That one goes. Small kid walked into the camera and yeah, like the kids in the background. You know, playing around, being kids. Yeah. Yes, let's hit record in 3, 2. To give a brief introduction on the build collection, as some of you may know it, others might not. This is my build collection. We have a ton of builds in there, most of them numbered. What may not be instantly obvious is how and what those numbers in the front mean. Those are actually my first on this side of the dot. On the left side of it is the character number, and it goes up to 5, as I have 2 accounts that I show up here. 4 characters on the first account, 1 on the second account. And that is that, for instance, here we're starting with character 1 dot number is all of the loadouts in this character slots. As for instance, in a second, we'll be discussing 1.08, and of course, then the 08 on the second part, as it goes up to 16, should be obvious for most that have a lot of loadouts, is the limit of loadouts you can have on a character. So, for instance, here, all of the character 1 slots are up to 1.16, and then it goes up to, then it goes to character 2. Just to introduce that part. And yeah, let's jump into the first build. And it will segment it there and get this ready instead with, actually no, we need this one, also with the red circle though. But yeah. And the first build that got quite a little bit of a rework to 2 pieces of Brazos is the Combat Medic. And of course, on the Combat Medic, I've already made a build showcase, and I very much enjoy them. Also, we've added in actually a few Strikers Combat Medics, and if that piques your interest, they're a little bit further on. And of course, everything is timestamped below, so you can jump around if you want them quickly. But to discuss these ones first, as the high-end ones are also pretty good still. Not much has changed there. They've just been, leapfrogged by Strikers being a better damage dealer. And what mostly has happened here is we've kept most of the build. We already had the upper 4 slots as they are now, same weapon choices and stuff. but we have altered a piece of Grupo and a piece of Fenris to become these two pieces of Brazos. Of course, we're going for that two-piece Brazos where we get the skill tier, and of course that allows us to have a Picaros, which adds in weapon damage instead of crit damage as a minor. Those two things together actually, well, allow us to recoup one more red core, and that can actually be very advantageous, especially if, for instance, you want to put in a gift or something into this build. You could actually have a full red gift. This repair skill could be on the mod slot. Same for actually, for instance, the mask could be. This could be a full red Cheska mask. You would only really need one of these to be recored. And of course, the Picaros, you can find one with repair skill and then recore it. And then the piece of Brazos is the hard part to get usually and requires some optimization, but it comes with a blue core, so you'll be recording that anyway. So it could go either way. But numbers-wise, to jump into that, and actually, we didn't even go to. Let's redo that part. I wasn't too happy with it anyway. I'm happy with the other part. Yeah, let's redo that part because I wasn't happy with it. Because this went up to you. Let's jump into the first build. Okay, so it's just actual jumping in point. Because yeah, I don't want to actually go to the build picture at some point as well. Because I can actually show that kind of stuff on the build picture much more easily because I can have that red circle. And to start it off, as we'll go into in numerical order, hitting all the builds, which makes it a little bit easier for me, although there are a few builds that are somewhat similar and are on different characters, of course, and I've had similar changes done to them, but we'll just hit them all up. Here, what we have done, as we have the combat medic, a build I've done a build showcase on already, so it is available for viewing if you're interested in how these play. We'll leave that out of this video, but we'll mostly just discuss that it looks mostly the same as it did before. The only thing that has changed is we used to have a Grupo and a Fenris piece in these two lower slots, and those got changed. If we actually jump into the build picture of it, of course, and highlight what we've done, this one I'm trying to keep, this variant, I'm trying to keep the repair skill pretty high. So every piece has repair skill still, and that does give us some respectable healing. It, of course, eats into our damage. All of these builds will go into several combat medics, as we've added in a few striker ones, and also, of course, reworked the older ones. All of them can do decent healing. This one does the highest healing, of course, because it has repair skill as much as it could have, really, without giving too much damage. But this one is the lowest damage one because of it. It's also obliterate, of course. We'll go into glass one later on. And yeah, stat-wise, we're going with Picaros, of course. This Picaro is giving us weapon damage instead of crit damage there, basically. And that is the strength that allows us to have a second one as well, where we get that skill tier. That allows us to have... Can I stop having mistakes? We didn't fix up one thing in the build picture, of course. Let's fix that up. Because that's just gonna bother me. We need the void. Let's just go into scale. This piece, of course, has a red core there, but doesn't have it on the build picture. We'll just you know, just put that there, and no one will be ever the wiser.
Hi there, Agent.
As well. So, I know what this needs to. Let's get the right picture, because it needs to be like that, and then it'll line up. Let's also avoid the gear above it, just so we don't need to line that up. Because I saw that mistake and it like completely threw me off. There we go. That looks about right, right? Good enough for government work. Actually, that looks close to perfect. It's a little bit misaligned, but I don't think anyone will notice. Yeah, let's try that again. We're still on the first build. How long are we into this? An hour? Okay. We did the intro and fixed up. Actually, I'm fine with it. This is likely how parts of this will go, as we'll hit up, you know, snags and stuff. But yeah, it fixes up the build collection a little bit as well. So it's fine. And yeah, I don't want to be in the void. And to kick it off is the combat medic on character 1. And this one got a minor rework. Actually, most of the combat medics got a minor rework, although actually there was 2 of them in the collection, of course. A further one in glass, as we'll see, has basically gotten the same treatment. We've also added in a few strikers. Striker combat medics, will go into them as well. But this one was a minor upgrade I always wanted to do. I didn't do it for the longest of time. And that is putting in 2 pieces of Brazos, and of course, definitely a Picaros as one of those pieces, and removing a Grupo and a Fenris, as that was the way this build was when we also did the build showcase for it. This is a minor upgrade. We'll go into the numbers of it in a second. But what it allows us to do, of course, is to have a skill tier come from this brand bonus. We're getting weapon damage instead of a crit damage down here. It is giving us the same amount of skill tiers with 1 more core, but we're of course giving up brand bonuses for that. If we actually jump into the build picture for this one, as this is 1.08, and of course everything will be linked down below, so you can go and look at them as you wish. Yeah, we have recouped basically 1 more red core. That can also actually be very useful, because now you can keep the red core, for instance, on, as I have here, a gift backpack. You could actually have a full red gift, and just instead of how I've laid it out, instead put the repair skill mod in here, for instance, and then have a chest as well that's fully red, and then a repair skill mod, making it a lot more easy to get those parts. Although of course it comes at the cost of getting a Picaros, which is decently easy, as they have a high drop rate. The other piece of Brazos is actually always kind of hard to get. They are craftable, of course, so you can go for that. That's kind of the way I went for it, but they cost a lot as in resources, and then they require usually a bunch of optimization, because yeah, you need to record them. They come with a blue core, of course, both of them. And yeah, damage wise, this one isn't the greatest, but it isn't terrible either. It is set up to be, you know, combat first, medic second. We'll see later that this one actually heals the best, as the idea with this one was to keep as many repair skills as I kind of wanted. And it is actually a little bit too many, I would say, maybe for general use, but I have, of course, multiple variants. So this one is more pushed towards being actually a pretty competent healer. Let's jump into the numbers that actually underlie this choice. And yeah, from there we'll cut to this. And we'll go over the spreadsheet just briefly. How long was that one? Didn't feel too long, but did I go like that? That's 250. The thing is, yeah, it's too easy to do way too long ones on each ones. Although some of the later ones, of course, I'll go like, yeah, this is basically the same as that one. But here are its numbers still. Yeah, so let's have that there. Let's move that file over. Yeah, let's jump into its numbers. And this is the multi-calculator I kind of used to put the numbers as we see them there together and make the choices that I did. Basically, what we have here is the old version and then the new version, and then an old version with grade 20, and then an old version with or well, the new version with grade 20. And then we have it's repeating with coyotes, as of course this is a build that I would definitely run in groups. So I'm kind of expecting a coyote 15 to 25 from somebody else. That's also why it's set up at 52 crit chance, as I have it here in its main setup. And that's also why we're going into coyote numbers, because then it makes a little bit more sense. With headshot off, as we have it now, so I've put headshot completely at 0. It doesn't seem as much of an upgrade, because if we look at the first set of numbers, especially without coyotes in there still, we actually, the Picaro's variant does win out by a percentage point, and that is, a minor upgrade. That's also why I left them off for this long. Going to grade 20, of course, the grading goes into weapon damage, so that affects the Picaros more than the, for instance, if we had Grupo there. Then the difference is basically negligible. And especially if we go into that same grade 20, but then also the Coyote being active, bringing up the crit chance to be much more relevant towards our crit damage, having a much better ratio there, then yeah, actually it is barely a difference. Although still in the favor, of course, of the of the Picaro variant. Although, of course, at this point it is basically a non-change, because it's 0.03%. But once we actually, if we alter the headshot here, and this will alter it for all of the builds all at once, with headshots, of course, they feed into the same pool as crit damage. Now we're talking 4%, 3.1%, and even with the Coyote on headshots, we're gaining 2.5%. Now, of course, this is implying basically 100% headshots. If we take this, for instance, to, let's put it at first 10% headshots, it is still a tiny amount of an increase, and 1% when grading isn't there. And yeah, these are pretty realistic numbers for this build. So it is a minor upgrade, one that I wanted to do for a while. And just took the time to do it finally. On the same spreadsheet, as we'll come back to it later, is also the glass numbers, but we'll come back to that on character 4. Let's hop on through to the next build. And yeah, that's going to be kind of the flow of that video. Just going pretty quickly through builds.
Greetings, Agent.
Just showing some of the numbers, basically making use of some of the spreadsheets we make during the thing, because kind of how much time have we already taken so far? 7:55, with like most of it being that build. So so next up is 1.15. Let's actually bring this up. Let's I've misnumbered it in game even, so it's 15 instead of 14. What I have there, serve PFE, yeah. So we're finding all the mistakes today. That's good as well, We're being attentive and going through things that have been changed and giving them a second look. So this one, actually, can we close this? I have it like here, right? Yeah, we can close this one and close this one. We'll just go by character. So, we'll just close it. We'll open it up later for the other one. Let's close that one as well, just to avoid confusion for myself as well. We'll put that there. So actually, what are we even looking at here? So the second one is for the PFE Oreo. That's the different build, right? That's the one we made on character 3. So on this one, Coyote, chill out. So wait, what are we even looking at in game? Let's load up the build. That's what we were looking at. So because we were picking between Coyote and Chill Out. Does this chill out numbers match what I have actually in game? So 59, 132, 85. Yeah, so that is this build.
Hey, Agent.
Another one was going with Coyote. And yeah, we chose in the end to go chill out. Yeah, let's just jump into this build. Although nice storm we're having. You know what? Let's go over here.
Come on, Agent. Check out.
I thought this was covered actually. You know what? I don't mind this. Don't mind this at all. Yeah, let's get that ready. So it's build picture, of course. Put this already on the chill out. And yeah, let's record this one with its build picture, and then we'll go into its numbers. And the second and last one that got changed on this character, as we'll move through them pretty quickly, hopefully, is a chill out variant of PFE. I always wanted to use the chill out in some way for PFE. There is actually ways of making it make sense, especially with the Picaros as I have it here. As we'll go into the numbers in a second, I'll clear that up, why I've picked a Picaros. And yeah, it is very much a standard PFE. It is with 12s, and then together with Survivalist taking us to 80. And it is a general layout. I've gone here with Vigilance Obliterate, but also both of the chest and backpack I have chosen here is free tauntable. And it is with 3 blue cores. And this is very much a setup that I like for rogue fights and the setup that I like for countdown especially. Let's jump into its build picture, and yeah, we are just keeping crit damages high. We're getting crit chances. We're putting crit damage next to the Picaro's weapon damage as well, as we can have enough crit chance still to actually reach pretty close to the crit cap. And I'm mostly as well expecting not to have actually mid-range buff active quite often, as people kind of huddle around hunters quite often, and I find that actually usually in hunter fights and such, people, especially the initial fights in countdown, people actually don't have a mid-range buff active. Everybody huddles up way too close. So I'm kind of set up in that way for that. Also, we are actually just taking all of the crit chances here. We're of course not even taking an Elmo or something that has even more crit chance available than this. We're not putting any extra crit chances or like mods being crit chances. Of course, we could lose a Cheska, but yeah, that's also not a valuable thing to do. So we're just set up like this, mostly for a short range buff from a Coyote, from a neighbor, and of course as well to not run the build at all with Coyotes alongside, because sometimes I'm fighting rogues alone. Let's jump into its numbers, although actually, well, yeah, I should say, yeah, we're hitting 80 protection from lead stills, of course. That's what the chill out can provide you, is that you can move one of the mods over to here. You are giving up that brand bonus, really, but then, yeah, you can have one of the bonus either Fox, Contractors, or Picaros. And let's jump into the numbers where I go over why I went for the Picaros. Yeah, let's set this up, and then we'll hit record in Navish. And the reason I went actually in the end with Picaros is this calculation sheet that we threw together. Firstly, I was considering either putting in a Coyote and keeping 3 improvised pieces, or going with the chill out and then taking one, either Fox or a Contractors or Picaros. Likely Fox, Picaros. That was really the choice between those two. Setup wise, the Coyote, of course, does beat out the chill out by the tiniest of amounts. And while this is true, of course, when we're fighting, although they're very close, it's under 0.5%. It's 0.32%. Especially when we're that close, we're also headshotting quite a bit. So here we have it with the headshot active, taking the layout I had in mind for Coyote with 3 improvised pieces, and then chill out variants with either Fox or Picaros, again with headshot active. And especially on, without headshot active, it's not far enough behind. But once headshots, actually, we take headshots at full activeness, this number is high enough that I would pick it over the Coyote variant I had in mind, of course, at first. Although, of course, the Coyote variant would provide a Coyote buff to allies and stuff as well. But I'm seeing this as I'll take it from my allies and I'll provide just being tanky and in their faces. And then, of course, if we have both the 0 to 15 active actually on the Coyote, that one actually still wins out. So this one will return to as actually on a different build. I have chosen to go Coyote. But that for this one, I wanted to actually make use of the chill out at some point. And this is really the only use that the chill outs will ever really see, I feel, in actual builds, because it's kind of bad, really, if you actually think about it. It will be beaten out by Coyote here. I've taken it here as well just to get that Picaros variant in. And yeah, the Picaros variant wins out against the Fox variant because we have a bunch of blue cores. And actually, I have 3 blue cores here. If I had even more, it would win out by even more. And we get even a bonus of 10 skill haste, which is insignificant in this case. But we do get it. So yeah, let's move on to character 2 and go over some of their changes. That was a bit rambly. But let's see how long it is. It's still 2:45. It's fine. It's 2:48, 2:45. I want to have a cap of 6 minutes for a build. Yeah. Let's close up that one. Let's actually bring up my face again. Okay, so these 2 we had at the ready. Okay. Let's actually make this gal look normal again. As we'll take off the uniform. That's actually kind of nice with that thing. It's just the uniform, so you just remove it in one go. But yeah, I wanted to have it on a character there. Well, we won't have it on the other characters. I'm happy enough with how they look. Reset that. Yeah, so we can already kind of look at character 2. Hello, loading screen. So character 2. Here's where I'm gonna discuss all my strikers that all of a sudden made it in there. It's going to be a ton of combat medics actually in this, isn't it? Actually, I might start. Let's keep because. Yeah, no. Well, let's keep it for a different character. Or because there's a point I want to kind of discuss. Put in more strikers, and I've removed a bunch of glasses. You know what? We'll use the striker PFE to discuss Oreo making its way into all the builds. Oh, and yeah. That one. So for actually so for this one we have the combat medic thingy. This one. Yep. For the other one we had for the backfire. And this one. Wait, did we actually make separate ones for this? Or we did this one. Okay. So striker backfire. Let's first add a lot of raspiness to my voice. Well, let's add in all of these links. We'll go in order 2.09. Striker combat medic. Then striker backfire. Surprise, surprise, all these builds are strikers. How did that happen? Why would that be? Je ne sais pas. As well, grab the rest as well. Okay. This one's for the combat medic first.
Hostiles have been spotted outside the safe area.
And I'm doing all of this in the middle of it just so, yeah. I have them open anyway and stuff, so it's much easier to keep track of all the links I need to put underneath the video. Yeah, we can log out this lady. She has served her purpose. And we shall log in on character number dos and go over 4 builds, although 2 of them will just be like, they don't have calculation sheets or anything. It's just a minute of explaining what happened to them. Let's already actually look at this. So yeah, this is just versus the old combat medics, right?
Safe area detected.
Yeah.
I don't have to complain.
And this one. What the? Oh yeah, we use this in the good bad builds versus bad builds video, right? Already. Yeah. Just refamiliarizing myself with the things I want to say about them. But we'll start with that one. Let's actually as well. Let's not have a blinking out of ammo the whole time. As well. Do that. Well, we should go to theater with that. With it. Let's go through all of the settlements, basically. So we did a little bit of campus there. Let's go. Some theater life. And once we're there, gonna go quickly through these builds. Let's see that. No. Damn. Why are my loading screens so long? Hello, system? Are you on fire? Little system, are you on fire? You know what? Let's just take it here.
Agent, nice to see you.
Yeah, let's maybe take it this away. Yeah, I kind of like the colorfulness star. First build is 2.09. 2.09. Yeah, this one can be pretty nice and short. Let's get that out of the way, this out of the way. Yeah. What was my last sentence in the last part? But we did get it. So yeah, let's move on to character 2 and go over some of their changes. Okay, so it's pretty concise. I can start over there. Yeah, let's yeah, let's jump in. And here for their first of 4 changes, as we'll go over, although 2 are very brief. This one is a new build, has come in the place of, I believe, the True Patriot Tech Tank, as we did the weird Tech Tank build showcase on them, and we said our goodbyes at the end of it. It is, of course, although still existing in the build collection as an X build. At the bottom of the build collection, there's a bunch of older builds that I no longer have, but still want to have the build picture of, and you can still view it there and get the stats from it if you're interested in them. This one, though, is a combat medic for use with Striker, and Striker, of course, is one of the better damage dealers that we have as a gear set. I was holding off putting too many Striker in the build collection, but I've kind of eased up on that, and I've started just putting Strikers into everything because why not? And you will see that as well, as there is a bunch of main Strikers. Every character now basically has a red Striker, and we'll go over one of them later on. And this is a combat medic variant. And one of the things I've chosen to do here, as we've also gone with a bunch of yellow cord Striker pieces, is I've kept the chest red cord, and with Overwatch I'm choosing to have here as a buff to my allies, especially, of course, this is very much a group build. But what I can choose to do as well is I can, of course, grab my Cheska Obliterate chest from a different build, any build that I have here on here. This one's coming from several builds, actually. And I can just put this in and up my damage by quite a bit, because we're going basically from 12 total weapon damage getting it also in a very painful way of being in cover for 10 seconds to 25 total weapon damage that is much more consistent, and we can just get it done with the capacitor. Let's jump into its build picture right away as well. And this one is very standard layout. It is actually pretty close to the turret drone hybrid for strikers as well. So you could actually, if you have it both on the same character, you can kind of overlap some pieces because it is skill tiers and crit damage. And this one especially, I've laid it out to be more towards damage. We're only getting skill tiers towards our 2 skills. And this one then as well has the least healing of all of the combat medics that I have. But it is still enough. It is enough to heal up a few allies, keep them alive. And of course, we are 6 skilled here. We can get non-shenaniganery supercharges out just by deconstructing our hive at any time. And that is also very strong in a group setting, of course. I very much enjoyed this build, and also there's a second variant of this one with even more healing, because that's kind of the way that I set them up is I'll put one towards damage, I'll put one towards more healing. We'll see that later on character 5. This one does come with some calculations as well, as we'll have those be linked down below, and of course I'll line them up here a little bit better. We've compared it here to the old variant of the combat medic, so not the Picaro's versions, which are like 2% better than this, let's say. And against them at full stacks, as we are doing here, we're taking the numbers with having a Cheska chest, and then here in this case is Overwatch and Obliterate at the bottom here. And these are of course the combat medics, and also comparing against just full reds. So Glass Vigilance reds and Obliterate Vigilance reds, the way that I usually do. All of the percentages are still comparing to that Glass Vigilance red. So it is actually at full stacks, at both full stacks. So Obliterate, at least in the Obliterate variant. So that is important, not the Overwatch one. But in the Obliterate variant, it's getting actually up to numbers that come pretty close to a Obliterate or Obliterate high-end Vigilance. And not too dissimilar as well. It's not too far away from a Glass Vigilance red, which is of course quite high. So basically, when you mutate strikers to be towards a hybrid, they still perform as a somewhat close to an old Obliterate Vigilance red, although still a little bit behind it, of course. And of course, sustaining worse as well because of that capacitor. We'll also in a little bit see the other number that is here, which is, as I alluded to, a repair variant of this. That's on character 5. We'll come back to this sheet then as well. But yeah, these are actually on full stacks, much better than the combat medics of old. But of course, they need to stack to 100, where, for instance, this Glass one is outputting the 60% from its very first shot. Yeah, let's jump into the next one. Let's see how long that one was. We might redo that just for length. That's 5 minutes for that entire build. That's fine. Although we're stacking up, if we do too many it's fines, we might reach. We're on 18 minutes. I don't want to go over hour 20. Like that's my max for this. And yeah, the smart thing to do would spread this out over like several videos, each of these being like one video. That's not my style. I'll leave that to other people to do stuff like that. Next up, 11. No. What? 13. Blackfire. Yeah, let's do this one. Let's pull out the stats there. Let's actually just quickly see. So this is with the chest, not without the chest, right? This is what I'm looking at. Yeah. Yep, let's jump right in. First with the build picture now. And next up is the Striker Backfire. This featured already in the good bad builds versus bad builds. And yeah, it's stuck around. I'll hang on to it. There are some times that it's useful to have some hazard protection available to you as a build and to try some stuff out. I don't really like the Backfire that much. I don't mind playing it from time to time. It might get an upgrade, of course, in next season where we'll have Detox on it. But 10% more on this build won't make the difference, I feel. If we jump into its build picture, it is laid out still the same as it was when we saw it last. Although, of course, I have two variants at the ready. I have basically this mask and chest in my inventory. I like the obliterate variant a little bit better, just because you can get more consistent numbers out of it. Although, of course, the peaks of the striker chest variant are much higher. And this is the layout that I would use for strikers as we went over it. And of course, as well as a lot of people are recommending doing two-piece Cavalier, just don't. This is just better. You'll get the same amount of stats kind of out of it, and more, actually, as we saw in its numbers as well as we went over in that video. We'll still bring up the spreadsheet as it was still from that video as well. And we put it up actually against with what this light blue ones are, which is a version that I grabbed from somebody else's video where they did put two-piece Cavalier and actually didn't even go for full blade resist, which was a little bit silly to me. But we're basically getting the same numbers out, especially with the chest. That one that they showed was also with the chest. And we're doing it with 100% bleed resist and getting basically the same numbers out. And yeah, just choices made, depending on, of course, keeping brand bonuses and stuff is very important. And yeah, two-piece Cavalier basically gets beaten well, just putting in a Cheska and a Sokolov, or a Cheska and a Grupo. Although not a Grupo, because you want to keep crit damage low, because you're going to be filling it up with that backfire if you're doing it right. And this very much is a build that replaced an old high-end variant. So we used to have a high-end version of this. And again, Striker coming in and being the new big boy in in damage. This one outdoes the old variant by quite a lot. So you are better off indeed with putting Strikers on it, but in doing so, keep in mind that yeah, brand bonuses matter, stats matter. Cavalier is not the choice here. Let's move on to the next one. Okay. That one should have been short, right? I feel that one was like 3 minutes. Yay, 3 minutes. Yeah, let's this next one is this. Strikers PFE. Although nothing has changed here, really. Except that it's set up now to accept an Oreo outright. Okay, let's record this one as well. I'm getting dry lips. Let's grab some water. And next up as well, as you may be seeing a pattern, is another Striker as well. Although this one is mostly to highlight that I've altered a few builds, and we won't go into most of them, but this one I felt would be the one to highlight it with, is altering the build to accept Oreos now as well. And the way I've done that is to have a lot more crit damage on the build itself. For instance, in the showcase that this build featured in, it had actually some crit chance rolls on Strikers. We've replaced all of those with crit damages. An Oreo comes in. And the thing is, quite often people ask me of like, okay, how do you make an Oreo version of this? And the thing is, that really doesn't make a difference. There is no like alteration that you for a build like this, like if it had, for instance, a Fenris piece, I could see, you would swap that to a Sokolov. But with a weapon like a weapon change like this, the only thing that is really changing is the crit chance ratios. And we basically re-ratio the build, and we'll go into its build picture here as well briefly. We'll re-ratio the build just to fit the new weapon. And in this case, we've done exactly that. It's laid out now to fit the Oreo much better. And of course, the Oreo does decent numbers. And yeah, as an option, you still always have the option of making the Elmo or a FAMAS variant of this, which used to be the old version. But yeah, I'm very much enjoying the PFE in Oreo variant because all it really got is way more damage. And yeah, that is, of course, not a bad thing. Let's move on to the last build of this character. And yeah, this is the hazard tank. Tanky hazard. Be tanking the hazard. I would like to thank the hazard. I'm going to thank my mom, my dad, and hazard. So how many PFEs does this now have? 4, right? Yeah. Yeah. Let's hop right in. Let's not dilly our dallies. And then we have this final one, which actually contradicts a point I made earlier, of course, about not putting 2 pieces of Cavalier in a build, except when you know what you're doing. So in this case, we are putting 2 pieces of Cavalier in this build. I actually showed this build as well during the good bad build and bad builds video. There it was still with 3 pieces of Eclipse, which is the old version of it. And that very much is the thing that has changed about this build. It used to be with 3 pieces of Eclipse. We're getting the same bonus of 30% hazard protection now from 2 pieces of Cavalier, meaning we got to put in 1 more piece. I was considering putting in a chill out, but upon reflection, I decided against that, as mostly as well, I already want to still keep my point man in here. If I didn't have this point man, a chill out might be a decent choice because it would still be our first piece of Gila. Here, it would have gone to the second bonus of 10 plus 10% health, and actually would have not basically that 10% health. Instead of that, we've taken 1 more armor regen roll by going this improvised. We still have the same amount of protection from elites because, of course, the mass does already have 1 mod. And that's kind of the thing here, especially in a build where you're replacing a piece otherwise that wouldn't be able to take protection from elite like we had with the Picaros. You could make the chill out kind of make sense, but actually in here it would just be swapping this armor regen for a 10% health. That's what in effect would happen. I'd rather have this armor regen, even if it is tiny. It's adding into even more armor regen. And this is, of course, very much a raid tank. This one is set up to be very tanky, regen a little bit, and have protection from elites. And be, as well, of course, 100% hazard immune against everything. If we, briefly jump into its build picture, it is not that interesting. The only thing that has changed is just to highlight that Cavalier has replaced Eclipse in these kind of builds. And I would definitely say this is my preferred loadout for this. An alteration you could have is to have a replacement piece be in the form of Yal, and then go with the chill out. You could do that, but I would say this is much easier and kind of gets basically the same results, because this build as well is overkill, but it's also overkill because you kind of is one of those builds you have 1 job and you just don't want to end the raid with people going like, dude, you just had 1 job. You just want to over tank. You want to be way too powerful and just over tank it, because if you go down, the rest of the raid will go down with you. So overkill in this case, or over not kill in this case, actually, is very beneficial to the team. And yeah, just to highlight its change. Let's move on to character number 3. That was a bit too rambly. Let's see how long it is. If it's like way over 2 minutes, I might actually not keep that. It's 3 minutes. It's fine. especially because the PFE one as well is pretty short. So, oh well, we'll hold on to them. So how long in are we now? All of it together in a playlist is 26 minutes. So, oh yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Yeah, let's bring this boy back to... let's put him on a striker. Let's put him back on the White House. We'll grab character number 3 and continue on from there. So I added all of these to this list, right? Yep. So we can close all these. Just to keep it not cluttered. Go actually to character 3. What do we have actually on her? Okay, let's log in on as well already. Because she shouldn't have that many changes, I believe. No, I don't want to quit game. I want to log in on her. We have because yeah, I might actually I'll use her as my example of adding way too many strikers.
Entering safe area.
We've got a clear chain of command. I don't have to complain about.
That's still oh yeah, striker tech time. Oh, yeah, and this PFE. And that should be I did this regen one quite a while back. Should I include it here? Nah. Actually, wait, how much percentage would this be now in the new setup now? Or could it be? Because yeah, this will be 2%, 1%. This would now be 7% instead of the 6 that it is charged up. Man, that's a lot. That's a lot. I hope they don't go through with that change. That's the one change that I as well kind of hope they don't. Let's go. So yeah, we went campus, theater. Let's go castle. Although yeah, there's a snowstorm, of course, or a snowstorm, a sandstorm.
Hostile control point detected.
Oh, that's why they put that there. Okay, that's actually a smart place to put it. So yeah, you have that. You have those secret comms, of course, and the first one is here. So actually, yeah, when you come in here and you're running to Wally, you just run into it basically. You know what? I don't hate this view. You know what? I might actually do that. Actually, we have snow. That's a very rare effect to see. Yeah. So we just still also need the numbers for some of these. I think, well, the striker doesn't matter. We haven't done that. Only the PFE has numbers. PFE, chill out, this one, okay. But it's the second one. That's also pretty late anyway. So let's start off with 3.02. Let's load it up. And hey Romney. Let's see, Doing a pretty early one. Usually not this early. Yeah. Let's just get going. Kind of looks cool actually with the glow there. Although I am floating, which I see, but it's fine. And yeah, this one's just to highlight, because we have only 3 builds on her. This is just to highlight how many strikers came into the build collection all of a sudden. Yeah, let's just head right in. And we'll start off with a striker. Although actually there are many a striker that have been added to the build collection. I've replaced most of my glass reds on characters. I've retained one really on the main account of a classic glass red, and all of the others got turned into strikers. And it was a kind of a sad moment. I always liked glass reds. I always also attempted to keep having way too many striker builds out of the collection. The thing that made me relent is incursion, and I wanted to have a build ready for each character to just jump into incursion, and that pushed me towards that choice. 2 of them are with Elmos on character 1 and 2. 2 of them are with Oreos, as I do want to always keep not direct copies, so I don't want to have any per se direct copies of them. But what I do have actually on each character at this point is the ability, because I'll just keep striker pieces around on them to, for instance, go from an version that was like that back to a version that looks a lot more recognizable. And even then as well, because most of my characters do have a Grupo and a Cheska chest, even to a version that is a little bit more, even more recognizable. And that is what, while I kind of feel bad about removing as many glasses as I had, I used to have on each character a glass and an obliterate, and both of those were on every character as well, as I did used to do a lot of raids, and I wanted to always have access to a glass and an obliterate, because usually I would grab glass, and then sometimes with weaker teams I would actually go to obliterate, because I could be a little bit more tanky. But at this point, every character on my account, on my main account, does have a strikers on their slot 2, replacing all of their glasses, which, highlights a little bit how effective these builds are, and how kind of sad I am that they're pushing a lot of other builds out. But yeah, let's actually move on to something else, which is completely different than, of course, a full red strikers, which is an tech tank version of strikers. Let's go have a look at it. Anyhow, we'll jump right away to striker tech tank.
Hostile control point nearby.
Yeah. And we don't have numbers for this one, but we're just gonna talk about it. Just talk about it. Sit here and talk about it. Actually, what I need to do as well, let's do that as I give my voice a second. I need to actually copy over all of these build picture numbers and their links. Let's do that briefly, because I will forget. And then it will suck, because I'll have to watch back the video too. And who wants to watch my videos? I don't. I never watch them. Although that's not true. Annoyingly, I usually have to watch them. That's just to timestamp everything. But usually I put it to 2 times speed and make myself really ramble at top speed. So yeah, we're gonna be discussing 3 builds with her. And we're also, well, this is already linked. Yeah, so I'll just say that it's linked for the other one. Okay. Let's hit record. Actually, yeah. Let's make sure that is working. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Just checking for latency there. Yeah. So this got all crit damages. That's the point of it, right? Yeah. And yeah, another striker. But this one especially to highlight how, again, Oreo kind of worked its way into a lot of builds. This one is one of the most effective places it went into. I always liked all of the tech tanks, of course. Well, not all of them. We have some weird ones. We had some less effective ones. But of the core ones, the Negotiator, the Striker, and the Heartbreaker tech tanks, I've never had issues with the Striker variant either. And the Oreo was just a straight up upgrade to it because it is very much a close range build. It can stack up really easily to 200 because you're effectively standing behind a very strong shield as is down there. And the Oreo just added firepower to it. And I very much enjoyed that, although, well, it's maybe a little bit too powerful, as this one can kind of push into some legendaries with a little bit too much ease, I would say. Although usually you do need to go charge up your memento a little bit. If we jump to its build picture, one of the things that I actually did wrong, and I just want to highlight that at first, as we're on the wrong build picture, jump on over, is that I went the same route of, I'll just put a Grupo piece in it, and it's fine. And actually altered the build picture pretty quickly, and then realized, of course, that I have 2 crit chances on gear before. We don't anymore. I went, of course, out and fixed my mistake, although it was a mistake. Keeping in Grupo there, or just flipping this to a Grupo just to get under this, to get, to reasonable crit chance crit damage ratios, was the wrong choice, because, we had actually pieces where we could flip the crit chance over, and taking the time to go and get those and then put that back in a Cheska has improved the effectiveness of it by a percentage point. But I mean, why not, right? It is an upgrade, kind of like with the combat medics. It's a tiny upgrade, but one that I did want to do. But as well, likely in the future, I'll actually make a build showcase on the Striker tech tank, because it has become quite the beast, especially with the Oreo. Let's move on to the last one for this character. And that one is this PFE. Yes, 2 PFEs, of course. Might get rid of the other PFE. I keep using it against Keener on Wony runs, but that's like the only thing I've been doing with it in like the last 7 years, which is 2 years longer than the game has been out. So imagine that. Yeah. Let's. Let me actually put the 2 files that we've already made. Actually, let's check them for time. 237, 229. We're doing good. I'm not rambling way too much. Well, of course, this one is going to be a little bit longer because it has calculations to go. And next up is a build I alluded to earlier with having the Coyote in a PFE. And I found this to be more the place I wanted to have it, which is to have it with an Oreo, because the other one was very much set up to be with a high-end AR, FAMAS in that case, and a Scorpio, because a Scorpio is very, very strong. But here we're going for Oreo power, and again with 3 blue cores, which is kind of the layout that I really like for Countdown. This one as well has been the place where I've moved all my 13 PFEs to. This character now carries it. And with all 13 PFEs, we're of course hitting a very high PFE already of 78, which is just 2 away from the cap. So we get to have instead of survivalist, we get to have firewall here, of course, as well. This is again as well a pretty short range build because of the Oreo, so it fits in really well. We get to also have the striker shield, and it's very powerful. And then one of the choices that I made here, and one that I'm not perfectly settled on, but I don't hate it, is because of the Oreo, we don't need much in the form of crit chance, because this build is already in its current form with 57 and 142, especially that crit chance at 57 is only the Oreo, the Cheska, and then the one roll on the Coyote that we can't change. And then all of these other 5 rolls, actually, if we go into the build picture, it'll be easier to see all of the other rolls except that one crit chance there on the miners is all headshots. And of course, adding in headshot into crit damage is usually a bad choice because they're additive to each other. So especially in a lot of builds, you wouldn't choose to do this. But here it is still a damage boost where I could go for instance, hazard protection or armor regen, which I actually do have an armor regen PFE on a different character. So I didn't want to, hit that same style again. Here I'm going out for all out damage, all out murder. And of course, all of the choices are kind of aligning towards that. That's also why I moved the 13 PFEs over here, just to go with the striker shield, just to go with that firewall, giving buff to allies as well, of course, when I'm in proximity to things. And all of these headshots together, as we'll go into the numbers here, as this is the same spreadsheet actually that we did for the chill out mask, it's just a little bit below it, as of course both of them were PFEs. Numbers wise, all of those headshots, so we have 5 headshot rolls, are gaining us 20% headshot damage or damage when we headshot. So that is the return on investment thing, the diminishing returns that we see with bumping up stats that high. Because we're going from 70 headshot to 120 headshot, gaining those 5 headshot rolls, gaining 50 headshots. But even when we are headshotting, so this isn't even at a reduced rate, or we're not taking like 10% of headshot, but 100% headshot rate, we're gaining 20%. And of course, when we add in the 0 to 15 Coyote as this second number, it's actually diminishing a little bit more because we're adding in another 25 crit damage into that same pool, of course. And this is a choice that it kind of works. If I get enough headshots out, we do have more damage than we would have without. One thing I want to highlight as well as this one is, of course, together with talent-wise, now we're going back to Adrenaline Rush Intimidate. Adrenaline Rush Intimidate does still work really well for PFEs. It doesn't work out for general play, really, and you're much better off with Bloodsucker or Memento to pair it with. But actually for PFEs, it is still a very strong choice because you don't lose that bonus armor that fast. And we've reached the end of character 3, and let's move on to character number 4. I feel my voice is kind of doing weirder and weirder. Although that's just the morning. It's kind of all over the place. Let's see. All of it together in a playlist is a length of 36 minutes. Color me surprised. What color is surprise? I think like purple, maybe. Like color me purple. We'll put this away. Although actually, mostly it's like just dryness. Well, dry lips and a dry throat. Let's just push some water down there. See if that helps. Let's put this gal on her clips and put her to sleep. Back to bed she goes. As I should do as well in a little bit. I should definitely go take a nap in a few hours. Likely I'll stitch all of these together and then put it to render. And then while it's rendering for an amount of time, although actually it's not too bad nowadays. With the old processor, man, it would take forever. For our video, you would do like, I would need like 3 hours or something. Now it's like 40 minutes for our video.
Safe area entered.
Also, this will likely be, because it's very static, so it'll likely be fine. Now comes the question, Because yeah, we have one more settlement, which is Haven. Do I put this gal in Haven and then for character 5 we go find something? Or do we stick to DC? And maybe go to a kind of other type of settlement kind of thing. Because yeah, we could go over there, or we have like other safe places. I'm trying to think which one would look. I kind of like the look of that one. Because we have this here, we have this here, we have that one there, and then we have this one here, right? Is there any other? You know what? Yeah, let's go over there. And yeah. Because I kind of want to get this video up later today.
Detected.
And then
Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
let's not have these directives on. Just makes build swaps and stuff as well kind of annoying with cool skills especially. So I kind of want to do maybe a build showcase still before the end of the year. And then I don't want to murder you guys. Did you guys not spot me? That'll be very nice. The dog's gonna spot me anyway. Although actually I can just run past them really. Because once I am in that space, they cannot actually fight me because it is a safe space. Shot just lands right behind me. Having their heads. Oh yeah, this of course, yeah, it's not as worked out as Let's maybe go to the church then. Once you save their things and come back here, it's actually a lot more colorful here. I'm trying to think of like other settlement-y kind of things. Not much comes to mind. I mean, White House is a settlement. Yeah, let's put this gal in Haven, and then we'll put a character 5 on the White House. We'll go. There's a. Well, maybe yeah. Let's see. We'll take either the fountain in the back, or we'll do some
Safe
other
area
spot.
detected.
Haven. Mind doing it here-ish, maybe. This is always kind of colorful. Oh. It's the camera. Oh, so we've been going for 2 hours already. Yeah, we used up a lot of time fixing up that combat medic. But I'm glad I did. I'm glad I spotted my mistake and fixed it up. Feel standing in these flowers is a dick move, but does this actually work now? You go into the void, right? let's have it over there. And yeah, I'm not too picky about my backgrounds for here. Let's have something in the background. Yeah, kind of like the purples. Kind of fits actually the person this character is based upon. Yeah, actually no, before we go there, let's prep what we, let's make sure I've saved all of these. So what got changed on her? What was that? We have 4. So actually, yeah, this Gen 3. Definitely want to talk about that. Anyhow, we did those two. Nothing changed there. We'll talk briefly about the spear, but okay, that's her 4. And 2 of them are kind of interlinked. Gonna take a second here to put their names and stuff all in the file I'm using to which I'll basically use as the description of the
All that
okay.
different from running the weapons checkout at the station.
That there, 4.07. Keep clicking just next to it instead of on it. And yeah, these two are sister builds of each other, so kind of might even do them all together. Ah, no, because the combat medic one has calculations for it, so we'll separate that one out. Was that one such a shorter name? That's weird. Yeah. Bring up the game. Let's bring up myself. Combat medic has calculations. Not that one. Where are they? I added this one. And this is for the other one, right?
I gotta get back to Midtown. I feel like I'm running a bodega down here.
Of course, I didn't name anything here. Let's actually take a second to do that. Is this... We only kept one high-end third drone anymore, right? So it's, yeah, it's not the other one. So this is high-end old. We'll take that to be high-end Picaro. Because we were lazy that day and just didn't name you know, label our shit. Label your shit, IKEA. This is with headshots. This one's with headshots too. Oh yeah, once you kind of can read these things, it's kind of obvious what is happening. Although it's absolutely not obvious what is happening. Okay, so it's this again now, but then this is grade 20. No idea what this last one. What is this last one?
God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change and the wisdom to know the difference.
Striker? Striker, is that you? 6057. Ew, this is this. Yeah, this is Striker. Draw. There we go. Yeah, it's a Striker. To just compare it against stat-wise. It's quite the difference. The Striker is outdoing even what the high end does on body, but of course it needs to stack to 100. So there is that. Let's add these calculation sheets into there as well. Which one are we hitting first? Because this is later, right? Yeah. So first this one. Well, actually, the other one is in there as well already. So just this one. Okay. Sure, we save there. Okay. Let's jump back there. Yeah. Let's start here. And with this thing. Yeah. Let's take it to this scene. This is at the ready, right? Yep. Okay, let's do it. Yeah. Actually, let's go into here. And yes, this is the Gen 3 variant of a high-end red. Well, of course, high-end reds don't see much use anymore, but this was one of the longest grinds I was on, as I got very unlucky with trying to get crit chance, crit damage, closer. And eventually, of course, as you can see here at the bottom, this one isn't looted. This one is crafted. As of course, it got added, likely by accident, to the loot pool of control points, and I finally got it. I'll take it just to be that the devs took pity on me and allowed me to have it. What this build is at its core is trying to get a better ratio for the Coyote, especially at a mid-range, with better stats for it, and leaving out Cheska. That's what makes it Gen 3, usually, is if we're leaving out Cheska, which is a choice so bold that, yeah, we went up a generation. And this variant does line up pretty well, and if Striker wasn't around, this would be a very effective build, but Strikers is around, and this is less than a very effective build. Likely for raids and such, this will still be pretty useful, as all of its damage is active kind of from the first shot, as its spotter, its vigilance, its flatline, everything kind of lining up as long as you're spotting your enemy and not getting hit in return. this will output its damage and can be very consistent, which can be a virtue. And of course, with Kingbreaker, it can actually put out decent numbers. But yeah, all of these high-end reds have been kind of outclassed nowadays by strikers severely, I would say. Let's move on to the second one from this character. And yeah, I'll set up this one, which will be her third drone. And yeah, of course, somebody walked through my camera, and but that was actually kind of fine because it was at a moment that kind of actually looked okay. Yeah, next up. And that is this turret drone, the high-end variant hybrid. It is very effective. It kind of gets outclassed again by some of its gear set variants, its gear set brethren. But this one still does have nice upfront damage. And especially if we jump into its build picture, the big change that happened here is kind of the same as with the Combat Medic, and actually the Combat Medic will show up again in a second, as that is the sister variant of this build. We've put in a Picaro and a second piece of Brazos, as putting in 2 Brazos, and that has upped the effectiveness of this build a little bit. It has gained on its old variant. And this is kind of the thing that Picaros can do, and especially 2-piece Brazos can do. If it's replacing either Grupos or Fenris, basically, it can be a gain. But if it's replacing, for instance, Cheska, it won't be a gain. If it's replacing a second piece of Providence, which, for instance, is here, it wouldn't be a gain. And yeah, this build has gained quite a bit in effectiveness. Also, it has gained the way of much more easily putting in the Coyote into here, because that's, of course, a very effective choice to make for getting a little bit more crit chance crit damage as the exotic here. Well, of course, we could go Memento, but with this build, I very much enjoy having like upfront damage. I have different variants of, for instance, the Ongoing Directive one or the Negotiator one, where I can put in a Memento. So this one I'm keeping as upfront damage, and Vigilance and Glass kind of make sense for that. Let's jump into its calculations, as I'll swap scenes and bring that more into focus. We have here the old and the Picaro variant. And yeah, the new variant is basically gaining on it. Here we have it without headshots active. It is gaining by 1%. When we go, as we haven't actually separated out these numbers, these are still comparing to the initial ones, but we can see just from the numbers there, especially when headshots comes in, it is actually quite the gain. And even with grade 20, the Picaro variant is still ahead, and this is again without headshots, and then with headshots it would actually, of course, gain a little bit on top of it. As well, here we have at the end the Striker turret drone variant. Now, of course, the Striker turret drone variant actually has less skill damage than this build, so it is actually on its skills doing a little bit less, but on the weapon end it is basically doing 1 million more than the headshot variant of this. And of course, the Striker one, we're taking it without headshots. It is basically comparing towards these old ones. And yeah, that number, those two numbers, big difference. And this is kind of the reason why the Striker drone hybrid is, to me, kind of a very effective one together with the Negotiator and the Ongoing Directive one. And the high-end one is kind of falling behind. It's also the reason why I've actually given up one of the high-end turret drones that I used to have, and that's been taken to give up its slot, and we've put something else in there. I think we've moved around. We shuffled some stuff around, and it became the new place for, I believe, one of the Strikers, actually, for one of the characters. So yeah, high ends just don't stack up against strikers. Although, of course, this one has its damage up front. It doesn't need to stack and stuff, but its number is just not big enough to make up for that. Let's move on to the sister build of this on the combat medic, and I'll show why that is the case. That last one was a little bit rambly. If it was over 4 minutes, it's 4:13. I'm okay with that. Because this next one will be pretty short. I wanted to rant there a little bit about other stuff. We'll set this one at the ready. We'll go back into the game actually. Let's see if I can make it so that she doesn't walk through my camera. Walking through my camera. Yeah. Let's hit record on this one. And the reason I very much see these two as a brother and sister build, the twins, is the combat medic on this character reuses several pieces. Here, for instance, the two Brazos pieces. It is actually laid out in very much the same way, although, of course, the Cheska is moving around and the other one has a coyote. But even there, I could, of course, grab this and put it in the coyote slot if there's, for instance, too many coyotes around, or actually I would have a group of pieces because we have Cheska there. Actually, yeah, let's redo that because that was a dumb thing I said of putting this Cheska into the other build that already has a Cheska here. I put a grouper there. Yeah. And that next one is this one. And I consider these two twins, the combat medic and the third drone hybrid on this character, as they share a few pieces. And the weapon, of course, they're basically swapping in layout a little bit. They are using different sacrifice and a different gift backpack, as I'm using here. And of course, a Cheska piece is moving around, but just for the coyote in the other one. And in this one, it is, of course, the BTSU. But these two kind of overlap quite well. And of course, in intent, they're kind of the same. They're hybrids towards keeping damage and doing something else. The other one is doing that something else as third drone. This one is doing it as healing. This is the glass version of this build, of the build we saw basically earlier. I've given up a bunch of damage or repair on this one for 4 damage, and we're keeping all the crit chances that were on mods with the other build. We're moving them onto the build itself, basically getting a little bit more damage out, a little less repair. It's glass, so it's already, of course, doing its damage from the first shot. If we move to its build picture, it is the same layout really as the one we saw earlier, the combat medic with obliterate, and then just giving up a few of those repair skill rolls as I'm aligning this one towards damage. And we see that return as well, both on the damage numbers, if you were to go back and compare them, or of course, open up the build picture and compare them, is quite a bit higher, especially glass as well, is very effective because it is doing that damage from the first shot. And we're losing a little bit on our healing, but still this build has very efficient healing and has more than enough, especially on the chem, to one-tap heal up a red build and even keep them a little bit healed afterwards. And we're keeping that supercharged. I very much like these builds, but the striker version we saw might be overtaking these ones in how much I like them. If we jump into the calculation sheet, this is the same calculation sheet as we saw actually a few minutes before for the obliterate. But if we scroll down, we have basically the same layout here for the glass variant. And we see the same results, especially when headshot, for instance, here is inactive. Actually, we see bigger results as this one has even more crit damage, of course, because it has less repair skills rolls on it. So that crit damage is already more diminished. So here we're already seeing that even on grade 20 here at the end, in the worst case scenario for the 2-piece Brazos variant, it's still a percentage point ahead. And of course, when we bump up the headshot all the way to full, to be 90, we're gaining 3% even on that end one. And especially here with the coyote being from somebody else with these last two sets of numbers here. Yeah, the Picaro is really pulling ahead. And that's kind of the range I would expect this to be on because this is very much a group support build, so I'm expecting to be in a group. Likely there will be a coyote active and likely even multiples, and this is the numbers I would expect. And yeah, this is the reason that this upgrade got made, because it is in effect a lot better. And 3% is worth doing the upgrade. If we take this headshot, do a more reasonable 10% and put that to 10% of the 90, we're still more than a percentage point ahead. Even with grading, we're still a percentage point ahead. So it is a minor upgrade, but one that I was wanting to do for a long while, and we finally put it in. Let's move on to the last one on this character, which is tips, where I give you only the tips. And yeah, this one's gonna be brief. I'm just gonna shit on tips, basically. This is I'm just the next few minutes, if you're a tips enjoyer, might not be. Shield your eyes, kids. We're about to murder we're about to murder a brand. And the next one up is this one, tips. We haven't seen much of it, of course, recently. I did want to keep at least one tip of the spear build on my collection, and this has been it. This is the best I could get out of it, as especially this backpack talent is quite strong for that 15 seconds that it's active, but it's quite strong, but for 15 seconds. And that's kind of the thing. And it's also, of course, as well, after fully depleting your ammo reserves, which, yeah, takes a little bit, although you can just flump out all your grenades quite quickly. But even at, oh, actually, I totally forgot. We have actually calculations for this one, right? Let's bring those up. Yeah, we do. Let me actually, let's go back to this for a second as I set up. Let's yeah. So let's put this here already, just so we don't forget. As yeah, while I was talking, I was like, wait. We did calculations for this. That's the reason I know it's shitty. Why am I not pulling up calculations for it? Is this the... Yeah, let's delete this one before we accidentally add it in or something. I've never done that before, accidentally added in a part that I meant to have deleted, and then rendered everything and uploaded it, and then later, you know, I had to go back and delete it and then re-upload. Yeah, let's go to this, and yeah, let's go to tips first.
I gotta get back to Midtown.
Which is here. Okay.
Take it down here.
So, and for the last one on this character, I just wanted to highlight tips, tip of the spear, and while I very much enjoy the word tips, as you may have noticed on my channel, tips in the game is, yeah, it is no longer really viable. This backpack talent is very strong, as we found out by back calculating that it is an amp, it is 50% amp, but for 15 seconds. And of course, it's very conditional to this fully depleting the signature ammo while you can flump out your grenades pretty quickly, it's still, yeah, it's not worth it. And especially if we go into the numbers in a second, it will become crystal clear why it isn't worth it. This is the layout I settled on at the end, just trying to make it work as a kind of a red build. It kind of works. It's sometimes satisfying to clear out a wave with a grenade launcher, but also I could do the same basically with an explosive build, of course. If we jump into its build picture, layout-wise, it's nothing exceptional. It's just crit damages and crit chances as needed to reach a decent crit chance, crit damage ratio. We're going with the Elmo here as well. We could go Oreo, of course, nowadays and try to get more damage out of it. But especially once we jump into the numbers for it, as we have prepared here a sheet. This is the initial one as well that we used to test the numbers out, and this is the reason these are green. These are the ones that matched up, so Todd's backpack is an amp. Was our conclusion there. What we have here as well is the damage number for this build, and it is, when it is going, it is a pretty decent 9 million without headshots in there. But especially, for instance, if you were to compare that to even strikers, yeah, it just falls quite behind. And this 9 million is so conditional and is so short to those 15 seconds that kind of kills it. As that is a respectable number for build to hit, especially without headshots, but for just 15 seconds after, unloading as well for several seconds unbuffed as well. Yeah, that kind of makes this unreasonable, especially when the amp falls away. Of course, we're losing a 50% amp and we're going to 6.1 million. And that's unbreakable high-end reds territory. Like, that's that level of not having damage. And this is, of course, doing it with an obliterate chest. Let's move on to account number 2, where we'll continue on with even more builds. Okay, so we did character account 1. Yay! That was 3 minutes. Let's see how far up we are all together. As I'll put them all in the playlist. We're at 49 minutes, so likely we'll hit the hour mark. And yeah, I don't want to go way over an hour, really. Let's get her. Actually, what I should have done there is just, yeah, I didn't have it ready though, but just opened up anything to just show that that's just a little bit above a glass red, but 9 million is, yeah, it's reasonable. Yeah, let's close up all these. Let's make sure I've actually, so that one's there, that one's there, that one's there. Making sure I've added everything to the document that will become the description of this video. And yeah, we need to swap accounts, so I'm briefly gonna, actually, I'm gonna put this character back to DC as well. It's always annoying when you load in somewhere you're not expecting. Although I don't mind Haven, I don't mind New York, but DC is my home. And actually, well, because it's load file. What's with the loading today? Just all long loads.
Safe area entered.
I'm gonna quit out as we're doing that, as I'm logging into account number Dosh. I'll briefly take the time as well to already look and see which builds we want to talk about. And likely, yeah, account 2 will not see that much. Like, I'll be surprised if there's even 3 on there, because most of them are kind of copies of. It's just the yellow combat medic, right? And what? Let's have a look in a second. As I logging in, let's boot the game, and then while that's loading, we shall have a look at character number 5. So that didn't change, that didn't change, that didn't change, that didn't change. I should check that it didn't break audio. Okay, it didn't. Yay. Well, not me. The game loading up. Yeah, no, that one's fine. We're just basically that one. You know what? Let's talk about that one as well. Let's talk about that one as well, just because I want to give my opinion on the Habsburg variant. Okay, yeah, that rounds out actually. And yeah, we do have 3 to talk about. The game has loaded up. That doesn't have calculations. This does have calculations with the striker thingy. Striker backfire.
Entering safe area.
And yeah, the Habsburg also does that. Okay, so these ones should be quick. And yeah, for this one we're using
Sorry.
the White House as the settlement. Yeah, let's maybe go out back, actually. Let's go by the fountain. And yeah, this one's still weird. Like, why is there a bulwark here, shield here with black dust? Also, why don't we have that as a cosmetic? I've used this angle before, but we'll reuse it here. I kind of always like it. So first build, the turbo. Let's first add these builds to the ever-growing list of builds underneath the description there. Although, of course, that's basically what this video is. It's just build after build after build. Just banging out builds. Banging on my bongo bong. And that one. Oh yeah, I think it will be interesting, especially with the numbers and stuff there. For some of the stuff. And it's kind of also a good way for me to reacclimate to some of the changes we made, so we remember them. This one is all correct, right? And then this one. Because yeah, after that initial combat medic one, I'm kind of triple looking, like, did I forget a red core somewhere? That's it. That was a dumb one to make. What a mistake to make. We'll jump back into this, and yeah. And we'll have that out already. See if this works. Let's put this circle already here. What crit chance crit damage does this thing land on? 5111. Okay. That's not a lot. And we've moved on over to account number 2. And the only character on there that I show on the build collection, character 5 being on the build collection, the main character of this account. I have a bunch of builds on them that I very much enjoy. One of them is also this one, the bro build, or as I've taken to call it, the turbo hybrid, as I usually call it. I usually just choke on my own voice, as my voice was a little too dry there. Let's give it a second to warm back up. And then we'll go back and attempt another attempt at this. As I've gone radio voice, I feel. A little bit of a hiccup as well. Yeah, damn it. Why doesn't my voice ever work? I want to just have my voice work. Yeah. You know what? Let's jump right back in. Even if it is a little bit raspy, it's fine. Yeah. And here we have returned on the second account that I own. And this is character 1 on it. That's 5 on the build collection. And that's also the reason why there is 5 there, because a lot of people were always curious about that. But yeah, I have 3 accounts actually, as we've also gone over the third account quite often in videos, which is my attempt at relearning the game, kind of. How it is kind of for kind of. Way too many kinds of. There are not that many kinds of kind of. As we're getting later and later, it's getting, you know, I get more and more rambly as my brain starts to go more and more. Let's try that again with 100% less rambling. I like the sunrise here as well. So that's good. And here we are with character 1 on account number 2. This is what on the build collection is the 5th character, as quite a few people did not understand how that works, as we have 4 character slots. Well, you have 4 character slots on an account, so I just moved it further and got a second account. And we'll start off here with this build, which is commonly known as the bro build. I'm calling it the Turbro, as I usually call hybrids Turdro. So it fits quite well. I've made it as intended, as shown on many a place. The thing with it is, I actually initially made it with more crit chance, crit damage, and it ended up as a worse variant than the high ends and especially the gear set variants that I very much enjoy. Pushing it back to being the skill damage, having skill damage on 4 of the pieces, did actually help to give itself a little bit of its own niche, as it is closer to a full turret drone, not as close on damage, especially with its weapon, as turret drone hybrid, the high end, or the striker one, or the negotiator ones. And of course, it's also reliant on memento, which is very different from most of the other builds that I run as turret drone hybrids. I usually avoid going for memento just because, yeah, it is a glass build, you might die. But this kind of, works quite well. Jumping into its build picture, it is set up kind of how the recommended variant of it is, and it lines up decently well. Its turret and drone damage is pretty good, especially, of course, you're using the capacitor. But yeah, its weapon damage is a lot less, of course, than any of the other variants that I quite enjoy. And I find myself actually, I would go with some of the gear set ones, especially. One of the things holding it back is mostly the gear sets. It will, of course, get a buff, likely with next season, with another bit of skill damage from two-piecing Empress, but that likely won't save it either. It is an okay build to have, somewhat functional for sometimes when you just need, for instance, to get skill kills for some challenges in Summit or for some global events. It is perfectly adequate for that kind of things, but not my favorite. Let's move on to the next one. And that is this one. Yeah. Yeah, let's actually do it like this. And that is the other variant of the combat medic with strikers. Although here, of course, you see me with having it with 5 pieces because, of course, that's 25% better. Although, of course, this is one of those, again, where I save the build in one way, but basically never run it as that, although I keep forgetting to put in the chest. As the intention here is I either put in a Cheska chest or I put in a Cheska mask, either becoming a striker, an obliterate striker, or becoming a striker with chest, with striker chest. And having both variants is kind of handy, I find. And that's kind of the reason I've saved it as that 5-piece. And yeah, I way too often forget to actually put in the chest, as has become kind of the joke on my stream quite often. If we jump into its numbers, this one, again, heals decently well. It has caught up because we are going with repair skill. All of the yellows are basically repair skills. So we're pairing a lot more repair skills. The mods we're still keeping towards crit chance, crit damage. We aren't getting a really great ratio for crit chance, crit damage, of course, because we are giving up 4 minors here that with the other variant that we saw earlier were crit damage or crit chance to bump up this ratio. We see that in its numbers, especially if we directly compare them with the other one, if you were to open up both build pictures. But we're regaining that, of course, in healing. If we actually go into its numbers, which are in the same spreadsheet as the other one, as this is, as we alluded to earlier, this tree from the bottom, this Combat Medic Obli 5. This is this variant, which has a lot less crit damage, as we see there. It has still a decent crit chance, crit damage. Well, I mean, 54.99 isn't great. But because it is still getting most of its buff from the talent of Striker, it isn't actually falling that far behind, although of course it is. It is falling behind, especially the other variant in Obliterate or setup, where it's doing this 7.2 million versus this 4.6 million, 6.4 million. This is of course still without headshots though. The Obliterate one in this variant is basically giving up the same amount as the other build is doing when it's going Overwatch. Although, of course, when it is going Overwatch, it's providing a group buff, so it's not without reason to go that. So yeah, we're giving up a lot of damage. We're gaining a little bit of healing. If I were to pick between the two, I'd likely go the damage route to have a little bit more damage because I can make that a little bit less healing work. But I don't dislike this one, mostly because, again, it has reached high enough on its chems where it can actually one-tap heal an ally up. And that's sometimes as well kind of, instills confidence in you, because if you're healing someone and you're not healing them the full, they'll go like, oh, this is a weak healer. I can't rely on it. There is actually some benefit to having a very strong heal. Although here we may have gone overboard again. Maybe there is a happy balance to be had there. And I'll play around with these. And mostly I made this one because I actually did enjoy the Combat Medic, as this actually replaced the high-end Combat Medic on this account. But I didn't want to make it an exact copy of the other one. So I moved around a little bit of stats. Let's move on to the last one on this character. let me go. So this one is 246. I'm fine with that. This one is 357. I'm fine with that. Yeah, let's get this Habsburg one in there as well. Because this one will be very short. This one I'm also, it's very much in you know, with a discussion we had, of course, with or I had with Toasty. The difference in meaning of worth and it being better and it being worth it. That's the core of this one, I feel. Yeah, we have the spreadsheet already. We have this one done. We have this one done. Let's actually just only keep this open. Is it ready to be viewed? It is. Okay, let's jump into the game and we'll hit record in 3, 2. And we'll reach the final build on the final character here. And that is that, yeah, I did go out of my way on this account where I have watch alts to go ahead and get that damned two-piece Habsburg variant of the hotshot. We've had quite the discussions over, is it worth it? It is better. I will agree that it is better, as what you are in effect doing in the version of this version versus the Araldi variant with Araldi and then Chainkiller is you have in this 15 marksman rifle damage that same bonus that those two pieces together provide. And then on top of that, you have this plus 15 headshot damage. Is that better? Yes, very much so. And especially if we actually go into its build picture, in its layout, of course, it's all headshots. It's headshots all the way down, except some weapon howlings there and there. If we were to compare the final hit numbers of these, they're quite a bit more. And especially the initial hit is as well kind of higher. But actually, if we go back in the game, the cost of these comes at that they come as blue core pieces. You can craft them, but what that initially basically means is that I sat there with watch alts, which this account has. I would definitely not do this on my main account where I don't have watch alts, but I sat there and I bought dozens and dozens of Habsburg pieces from vendors just to have the parts for it to craft them. And then I crafted and crafted and crafted. And I can tell you that it costs me around 18,000 watch points. And this account, of course, is not one character, or that wasn't just one watch alt run, as this is like 5K. So that was likely around 4 watch alt runs just to get these two pieces to appear, because of course they're basically full on unicorns. You'll be crafting them. It's blue core pieces as well, so one of the stats will likely be blue. And that makes that this is better, but it's totally not worth it unless you really want to. It is better, but the cost is so high that I would not say it is worth it, which is a cost-benefit analysis, of course. But that cost-benefit analysis is completely dependent on you. If you are 30K and you can do it on basically one watch alt run, it'll still cost you the time to sit there, even as I macroed buying and crafting. It still took hours upon hours upon hours upon hours upon many hours. So yeah, this one, I'm happy I got it in the end. I'm sad that it takes this much effort to get it. But yeah, it is an upgrade that I did, and especially as well, this means that it isn't a direct copy of the build on the first account that where I have Araldi and a Chainkiller, and there I'll very happily stick to those two. Yeah, let's jump into the conclusion. How long was that rant? Okay, that was 3 minutes. Altogether, this is now currently a length of everything loaded 59 minutes. So yeah, an outro of 2 minutes, and it's an hour video. You know what? I'm gonna, yeah, let's do that. Let's park this. Let's put their. She'll land on White House, of course. We're still in the White House, even. Let's put it on Eclipse or something. Let's quit the game. Bring up the browser. Just have something up for a second. That one. We're gonna go back to account 1 just because I, of course, just want to do it with the hunter robes. Oh well, the recruiter robes, the recruiter clothes, whatever you want to call them. I put all of these in here, right? Yep. So we can save this. We can close up some parts of this this tab. Let's yeah, I'm logging in back into the other account. So game will be down for a second. Yeah, remember me. Remember me. I feel on some of those login screens, they should just put a question mark just randomly. Remember me? And let's boot up the Division. The Division 2. And yeah, we'll just grab an outro. And yeah, that'll be that. I wish we could pick our own shoes with that outfit, but they're yeah, they're a little bit platformy, aren't they? They're a little bit much. Also, I feel it'll be very ironic when we are wearing that and we get mortared in Manning. I feel, you know, it's well deserved at that point if you get mortared in Manning. He recruited the mortar directly to his face. Should I do it where I introed it? I feel I should, right?
Safe area detected.
Well, first of all, let's outfit. What does the other one even look like? I didn't even look at it. Okay, it's just that kind of looks silly. The groin area of it. And yeah, these shoes are indeed horrendous. I do wish you could just standing the wrong way. And this way. Like, why are they so wide and stuff? I mean, it's for grip on mud, like this. Yeah, not my thing. But yeah, the front of it, especially this one, I kind of like it. I'll likely wear. I mean, I barely do costume stuff. Like I have this thing on for a little bit, but just for the memes, just for Unati. But yeah. Yeah, let's go where we did the intro. Well, let's make the game big. Oh, not that one, that one. And we'll do an outro here. And then likely I'll hang about for a little bit still. We'll go do some farming. Oh, we forgot the most important one. Yeah, let's go fix that up. God damn it, I have to swap accounts again then. Oh, I'll have to redo the Habsburg one then as well because yeah, maybe I can edit and yeah, no. Let's you know the thing I forgot, you know the thing we've been grinding for all this while. Totally forgot about it. Because yeah, we're gonna make a build picture, turns out. And yeah, likely I'll need the Habsburg one. Wait, did I say it's the final one on this one as well? And that is the last one on this character. I mean, I could just cheese it and go like, beef, yeah. But actually, before we go into the conclusion. But yeah, you know what? I'll redo just that too. I'll feel better about that. Instead of Ubisoft Connect, could you go away and let me log in again? Because yeah, we have still 511 showing as this. Do I even want to keep this? It's basically the same as main accounts build, right? Because that was the whole thing about why I wanted to have the 511 build kind of done. Hello, Ubisoft Connect. Can you, now that you've gone away, could you come back and let me log in into well, at least I caught it before it was too late. There we go. Because yeah, we'll redo the combat medic because as well I kind of want to, it said like it's leading to the last one. So yeah, combat medic again. God damn it. But also first we need to make this 511 build picture. Let's open up this one. And this one. And that one. And for the combat medic, we need that. Yeah, let's just take the link from here. Yeah. That's for the combat medic, then the headshot. Okay. But first, let's make this build picture. Do I have any glasses at the X end? I should, right? Although basically, I have a glass red. Yeah, let's just do that.
Safe area detected.
We'll
Thinks we've got a clear
just
chain of command around here.
just. Why don't I just do that? Control Alt and then deselect the background. So yeah, 511. 511. Wait, so 511, 511. Am I actually showing this? What should we name this? 511, 511, or well, red 511. Like first will be serious and then with 511 variant 511. 511. Feel that is a fitting name for this thing. Let's actually right away as well change our buddy Nightbot to have this be what it spits out. I gotta. It's in a different browser, of course. There we go. That should be in there. Yeah, let's make a build picture of our name 11 sharp 511. Watch 511 be a banned word or something. that would have been funny. Yeah, let's have this up. Oh, yeah, I still haven't given it a color either. See if we can find a color that we go like, yeah, this fits this build. And then we'll go re-record the... Yeah, let's give it the color first, actually. We'll re-record the Combat Medic and the Habsburg one, and then lead into this being the final build. Kind of feel like slime is actually the right choice for this. Maybe like something like that. Ooh, like, actually, let's make it big. Like something gaudy like that, or maybe even that or that. Like, yeah, let's see how slime looks on this. That's also a little much as well. Most of these are way too much. I don't hate slime on it. Also, it's maybe a bit much as well. What screams 511? Well, I mean, kind of muted colors actually, if we're being real. But what screams this build? Wait, the full black, maybe? Well, how does full black look? Where's full? Which I don't know. That may be too cool for the build that it is. Maybe just a red like that. Yep. There we go. Salmon pink. I feel that is like this build being red is kind of like this. It's like a failure at being a red, and it kind of is salmon pink. Yeah, let's go get it optimized, recalibrated, and optimized. We'll stick to the choices of chest and backpack that we have there. As yeah, these are all just bad choices, kids. Don't make the same choices. You're much better off just doing drugs and alcohol than these kind of choices. Actually, yeah. IKEA does not endorse neither drug nor alcohol. feels wrong. This feels like I'm just, you know, throwing money in a pit, kind of that feeling. At least I have watch alts on this account, so worst case we'll do a warning run. Like this isn't more than one warning runs, but like the Habsburg pieces were a lot worse than this. Don't have enough Three Sons materials. Let's go craft some. I should just do it with the mouse. Let's actually craft a little bit more because I'll likely need some, and we can use watch points to bring the resources back up. Although, of course, I'm way too full up anyway, so it's fine. It's not that much.
You need help with something?
And there we have a fully optimized 511 build, although of course not the talents I would want, but it's talents that work at least. Like I can make these two work. Yeah, let's make a build picture out of it. Is everything set the way that I want? Yeah, you know what? Let's have that. I want sharpshooter though. I don't. Yeah, no, not sharpshooter. And then what would I pick here even? Survivalist, likely. Just a flame grenade so I can actually survive for long enough. Now we'll take Gunner and Banshee. Hello? Why is there a hole there? Game, are you okay, game? You having issues? So one of those days. Let's save this loadout. This abomination that we have created here. Oh yeah, yeah. Let's take it like this. I should put OBS away for a second as well. Actually, expertise. Oh, yeah. You're. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Scooby. You are indeed not incorrect.
There you go. You need anything?
And that is the day. Why am I in that? I need to go to 511 over here. The dangers of doing it way too early. Just equip pieces. This. Hope I have enough of. I should have enough, right? I'm full up on that, so should have enough. So this goes to 11. I've done the mask already. Okay, so I just need a chest and backpack like that. Let's make sure. Yeah, this goes to 11 right here. Well, luckily I'll have a little bit more armor. And I'll have 10% health, of course, and 20% incoming repairs. I could actually make use of that incoming repairs with the survivalist rolly. Actually, we could have stayed in that category, so just a chest to 5. My question is this the dumbest thing I've ever done? Or is purple builds dumber?
Hey, you looking for something?
Questions you ask yourselves on a Wednesday morning. Yeah, Wednesday morning. Yeah, that looks right. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Is this again to have a purple prophet? I don't have a purple prophet here. Should I put a gray weapon there? Nah, let's not overdo it. We'll just keep the TDI card custom just in case I actually need to rest someone. Which sledge? Yeah. Yeah, good call there, Skips. Thanks for looking at. And yeah, it looks much better like this, of course. Yeah, let's do. I hadn't thought about that, of course. This is the silliest. I should totally. Yeah, because yeah, there are gear brand sets. As I'm copying them in now. Of course, it's very 511 and tactically. But yeah, I feel you should have like this, like just 511s all the way down. Like that. Just, I'm even wearing socks that are 511. My shirt is 511. My wearing 511 underwear. Yeah, let's so what does this even land on? So we're landing over 60, right? Like that was the plan already. We're landing like 61, I think. Yeah, 61. So I'm fine with that. So 60, 153. Actually, just to compare. So let's bring up Purple Haze. Yeah, 60, 130. Like, I can make this build work in Heroic. I can definitely make something like this work in Heroic. Even if it has worse talents, that's the only thing. But we'll still keep trying at better talents. So likely, you know, we'll get them eventually. We'll make it a long-term grind. So yeah, let's get weapon damages in here. And even though I'm going with a horrible weapon talent as well, it'll be fine. Although usually, likely if I do some missions with it, it will I'll grab a FAMAS. I won't fumble with that G36. Because while I don't dislike that talent, it not having anything with reload as well, it's just like, I'd much rather have fast dance. Although I mean, well, I have a secondary where I can just fast dance. Yeah, actually, I do need to, of course, show that we're here +5 expertise weapon now. Yeah, be consistent with all my other build pictures. Usually that's a 20 up there. This time it isn't. Yeah, now we just Let's refresh this one so everything pastes in the middle. You've heard of 7-Eleven, maybe you heard of 24/7. Yeah. Hey, that's the best combo I could make out of stuff that we had. And also, Overwatch Composure is not the bad combo. It's just I would much rather have Obliterate Vigilance, but then I would need to have Obliterate Vigilance. At least there's synergy there. Like, because yeah, I didn't even have like a one where I had like crit damage, weapon handling, Obliterate, or something. Like, didn't even get that. So, like, I would have maybe given up a weapon, or well, a crit chance or two. But yeah, crit damage, I'm not willing to give up. We did get a few crit chance, like crit chance headshot once, but yeah. Dropping in crit damage way below this would, like, then yeah, has no worth. Yeah, stats. And we'll keep trying, but this is the best I have for now, so we'll put this in the video. Because yeah, I do want to make the video today, so it goes out today. And then we'll keep bashing our heads against this in the future. Because the other option was to go 2 blue cores with gear that did have like vigilance, obliterate, but composure isn't that much of a loss. It's mostly the Overwatch. Mostly because I'll likely never run this in a group anyway. I might put it in matchmaking at some point. Let's put our stats at. And yeah, then I'll have to record those 3 segments, an outro, and then it's done. The annoying thing is, yeah, I still want to, for the outro, for the conclusion, I do need to swap back to the other account. Still want to do it with the apparel. Let's put that. Bring it all down. There we go. Let's do damage numbers too. Let's be consistent. Actually, you know what? Because that's part of the joke. Is we'll put a born great here in good times, because that's what this build is. This build is born great, and it's good times. And then I'll put Born Great down here again. So. And let's first get the buffs. Oh, I want to paste over there, not shoot just over there. Yeah, that's. At least the nice thing is I can just no damage talents or such, so it's just whatever this is. Except then paste it. Snipping tool. Why you film me? There we have it. Numbers of damage. Yeah, and I'm curious as well. So let's go back to Purple Haze. Oh, it doesn't have damage numbers? Why doesn't Purple Haze have damage numbers? That's no. Who makes this thing? Why would you make a thing without? But yeah, that's about as horrible as expected, which is just a bad red build. Obliterate Vigilance may be able to uplift it, but we'll leave it as this. Kind of feel Overwatch and Composure also kind of fitting for it. Yeah, that's what you. You know, guys, I'm just getting proficiency, but you're already grading the thing. Let me in. Yeah, let's go back to Combat Medic, which was the first one we're discussing, right? Yeah. Oh, well, we've discussed one already from this character. Let's go back to the Fountain. The Fountain of Knowledge. Fountain of Builds. Yeah, kind of works. Yeah, let's make it this, and let's see if this works. Yep. So we'll go back to this one. Let's see what my final line was on the exit of whatever build we were discussing before the Combat Medic. Adequate for that kind of things, but not my favorite. Let's move on to the next one. Yeah, it's just very generic, which is good. Like generic. Yeah, let's discuss this one. What did I even say last time? I don't even remember. Actually, does this work as well? Yeah. Yeah, let's just get it done. Let's we do a big yawn before. Yeah. And then, oh wow, my voice is very raspy. Let's fix that up first. With a little bit of water. And a little bit of a cough. There we go. Let's just warm it back up and let's just jump right in. And that next one is somewhat of a variation we saw a little bit earlier, which is a Combat Medic with Striker And of course, it's with 5 pieces of striker because that's just 25% better, of course. Although no, this is again one of those builds that I save like this, but I don't run like this. I don't intend to run like this. I quite often have, though. Nah, that voice is closing up. That voice is going away. Although, yeah. So grab something sugary. This maybe that'll help. Yeah, that's helped a little bit. Let's get my sorry. Very phlegmy throat. As yeah, that voice always kind of, I can't do it for too long, turns out always. But it's fine. It's back warmed up. Yeah, let's delete the other one just before, because we might forget, and let's try again. Even though my voice is a little bit raspy, let's just get it done. Now, just warming it back up because it's very cold. Trying to get rid of that raspiness, man. Let's just get it done, right? And this is a build that we kind of saw earlier as well, although a little bit different. It has a few more yellows. Also here it's also showing, of course, with 5 pieces of strikers, which is 25% better than 4 pieces of strikers. Except this is one of those, again, it is saved, the build is saved like this, and I was going to say I never run it like this, but actually, well, I don't intend to run it like this. I quite often make the mistake of running it in 5 pieces and going then, oh, oops, I forgot. But yeah, a Cheska piece will come in either as a chest with Obliterate, or I also have a mask that comes in if I want to keep it as a chest striker, giving me the option to either be with Obliterate or to have the chest of striker. Let's jump over to its build picture quickly, and there we see that it is actually very similar to the other combat medic with strikers that we saw. I kind of wanted to make it a little bit different just to not have a direct copy. I quite like the other one as well, with crit damages everywhere instead of all these repair skills. This one then, though, can actually heal pretty well, and that's its upside. And of course, it gives it up in damage. And how much it gives up in damage, we can kind of see in this same calculation sheet that we had before. I kind of added this one on top. We had already the Overwatch and Obliterate variant of the other one, which had a lot more crit damage, because crit chance and crit damage, because of course it was not spending them as repair skills. This one kind of lines up with all of these repair skills with the Overwatch variant, kind of in the same ballpark. Of course, all of these need to stack, as we have also the old combat medics, the high-end ones still up here, and we're comparing mostly still, of course, against those high-end reds, in a glass vigilance reds being the one providing the percentages. And yeah, it is. This one is somewhat decently behind the other one, especially in Obli variant. It's kind of 10% difference towards that glass red. Is it kind of worth it? I think having the middle ground might be the best version, but I kind of like both versions, so I will keep them as they are. But likely will in the future give this build its own build showcase, because I do quite enjoy it to that extent. So that's also why I'm showing it multiple times here. Let's move on to the next build, which one is it? The Habsburg? Yeah. Yeah, let's close up these two. I'm happy with that one. My voice cleared up a little bit towards the end. So that's also why I'm showing it multiple times. Yeah. That one, that one, that one. Habsburg Hotshot. That's the last one before. Before that one. Yeah. Let's just jump right in. And this will be our last one on this character before a very special guest. But before we discuss that build, let's discuss this one. And this one is putting into Habsburg pieces into a hotshot instead of having a chain killer and an Araldi piece. What you in effect get is that, of course, the Araldi would provide 10 specific weapon damage. The chain killer would provide 5 all weapon damage. That would line up to be the same bonus as the second piece Habsburg with this 15% marksman rifle damage. That's the exact same pool, of course. And that means that you're basically getting this 15 headshot for free on top. Although for free is maybe the wrong thing to say here, because the downside of this build is that it comes with blue cores, or well, the 2 Habsburg pieces come with blue cores, meaning that they are unicorns, because you're going after chest and backpack pieces where you're trying to get both the talent and the 2 stats, because you definitely want to keep the headshot on it. For me personally, the weapon handling was also somewhat required, although this build can do with having 1 weapon handling less, you can still make it work. I'd rather, at that point, I would just pick an Araldi and a chain killer. So going out of your way to have weapon handling headshot vigilance and weapon handling headshot headhunter, as I have here, came at a heavy cost. And I'll tell you here that it was around 18k worth of watch points in buying Habsburg pieces from vendors, getting resources, getting the credits for that, and then deconstructing them and then crafting these, because the blueprints are available, of course, if you were around for those seasons. And actually, even if you weren't for these seasons, they are dropping from control points nowadays. Yeah, this is a heavy cost, and it is better, and especially if we jump into its build picture, it is, if you actually would compare this with the Araldi variant, which I actually have on my main account, and this one again is also different than my main account one, and that's kind of the thing that I would like as well, to like have different variants. So I did go out of my way to make these. Damage numbers wise, it lands up higher, both on its cap and on its first shot. But that cost is so immensely high, really, unless you get insanely lucky and get it in a tiny amount, that while better, it is not worth it to me. You're much better off doing dozens of other things before you go all in on this, unless this is like the main build you're playing. And of course, Determined Headhunter or a hotshot headhunter is very popular, especially with Determined, because Determined makes it one of the best farming builds together with it. Yeah, it is one. I'm happy I went and got it. I wasn't happy for the hours and hours sitting there crafting and buying from vendors, as even if you have the watch points to spend, if you're like 30k, 40k, and you can kind of do it with one watch alt, you're still, the time investment is there, as I even macroed it and it was hours upon hours. And yeah, I personally think it's, while better, that it isn't really worth it. Unless, of course, this is one of your primary builds and you'll know when to spend this. For general people, this isn't worth it. For the people that already will go for this, I'm not going to convince them otherwise anyway. So let's move on to one last one, and we'll end it off there afterwards. Yeah, how long was that one? That was nice and ranty. That was 4 minutes. Yeah, so yeah, let's get this one ready. This one's ready as well, right? Let's put that there. Okay. There. I started the recording and I was just about to burp there, so I'll just we'll take a mulligan. Let's do this one. And there is one final one. This one was always a joke one that I intended to make, as of course on the build collection, as we'll bring that up here. This is a character, of course, 5. If we then move on to their loadout slots, they of course have a loadout slot at 11. And that of course has always led to, what do we put in loadout slot 511? Up until now, it was just a high, or well, it was a glass red quite recently as I moved the glass red into there. I think the strikers of theirs was in there before that. But yeah, just for some shits and some giggles, I went and put some 511 into slot 511 because yo dog, you need some 511 up in your 511. And yeah, this very much is a joke build. This is somewhat equivalent of purple builds. It kind of, yeah, will likely do around the same amount. I haven't actually played around much with it. We put it together right before this video, and it isn't also the way I would love to have it, which is to have it with obliterate vigilance, glass vigilance, focus vigilance, vigilance there, and then something better than Overwatch here. But we for now have composure vigilance. And actually, if we go to its build picture, you will actually see why that is, that we're going for some, less than stellar talents there. As I'm trying to keep the crit chance, crit damages everywhere. That was much more of a concern for me as we're going all in on the crit chance and the crit damages. And damage-wise, I already know it's landing on higher crit chance, crit damages than a purple build. It's getting a weapon that has a higher base than a purple build. So this will perform better than a purple build, even with a purple build that has vigilance, obliterate. Meaning that I'm pretty confident taking this through most content, really, because I've taken purple builds through them. And of course, there's a lot of small little Easter eggs on it with some expertising there. And of course, weapon-wise, I went like, what do we pair it with? And a build like this, you will only run it, of course, if you're born great. So... there was no contest there. And of course, while you're running it, you'll have good times. So yeah, we put those two there. Although both decently effective. Damage numbers wise, it doesn't line up well, but it is a silly little build for a silly little slot at 511. And it's 511s all the way down. I will actually likely run this for a little bit and try to see if I can make it work decently solo. I'll keep grinding and see if we get a better chest and backpack talent that is still on the menu. Although only backpacks are craftable, so chest will take a while likely, as I'll likely invest some resources into the backpack and get a better talent at some point. But for now, this is the best we got so far, and you sometimes have to show the best that you have instead of the ones that you want. And yeah, I thought this would be a silly little one to end this build collection update with. So let's head into the conclusion. That was a little bit rambly and ranty, but we got there. Let's actually see how long all of this together already is. Okay, 1 minute 3. Or 1 hour 3, 1 minute 3. That would be that would be amazing if one of my videos was that short. Let's go park this character. Oh, actually, well, we were in the White House. We didn't have to fast travel here. Yeah, we're gonna quit out Oh, actually, we need, as I'm logging out, and we're gonna log back in a second. We do need that build picture to be part of the description of the video. So let's actually get that in there. Yeah, let's log into this account again. Whose idea was it to have two accounts? Oh yeah, me. There we go. Did we add? Yeah, we added that one. So this can go away now. See that entire browser. Let's have me here. I love it. As we have a black screen, of course. There. We're loading up the game again on main account. Gonna do an outro. Might actually take a screenshot as well, just for. Yeah. Kind of thinking of what do I put as a thumbnail. But you know what? I might just take a good screenshot of me wearing that the hunter thing, and then or the recruiter clothes, and then the Christmas the Santa mask like this, and then just with a good background. And yeah, that took way too long. Although, of course, yeah, we had to fix up a build that that ate up some time. Same for doing that 511 build picture, so that took up some time as well. Yeah, let's go where we did the intro. And we'll do an outro. No. I don't want to put on a memento backpack. I was kind of looking for a build that would fit with it. Actually, you know what? Let's fix up this first. Because yeah, this has the wrong backpack. Actually, we'll hold on to this one. Yes, you guys have fun with that. I hit him. Yeah, he's pretty big. It's not hard to hit. See what's over here.
Gonna take you out! What was that?
Oh. They offered me a free date, some free dinner. They were gonna take me out. Instead, I murdered them. What is the in-game time? Okay. You know what? We'll do it here. Just do it here. Not facing that way. Even though we'll be in the shadow of that. Okay, let's put this back on that. And yeah, so yeah, what is my attire actually? What's the next video? Yeah, update and then a build showcase. And that takes us to the end of the options, what? Let's try that again. And that takes us to this end of this build collection update. I hope it was interesting as we went over some numbers and the reasoning for why the changes got made. As I often find that is usually, just changes being made is quite common. The reasons are usually a little bit more interesting, especially with some of the numbers. I hope it gave up some insights. As yeah, for my next video, we'll be doing an end of year thing, as the channel as well has grown quite a bit this year, and so has my Twitch. And yeah, I just want to give basically a little bit of a thanks video, and also go over some ideas that I have, and maybe towards some questions that I have for you guys. And then we'll try to fit in a build showcase before the end of the year. And I haven't specifically decided what yet, but I have many... I'm getting way too ranty. Also, that was going way too fast in the rotation. Let's... We'll actually start like this, maybe, yeah. And to end up, and to conclude this build collection, as we looked at the winter collection of the IKEA. I hope you kind of enjoyed it. I hope it was a little bit interesting, as tried to give mostly the reasoning behind what some of the changes happened, as that is not always clear to... Why is this so jumpy? Let's try that again. Let's have some sunlight. And yeah, that concludes this build collection update video. I wanted to, in this one, especially give the reasoning for why some of the changes got made, and I hope I did that adequately. Going into some of the numbers, as that's quite often things that happen on stream, but I don't really, of course, discuss outside in videos and stuff. And yeah, just to show those numbers off and go over why I made those changes. As yeah, quite often changes just happen to the build collection. I don't really set out to make them quite often, and then you just go, hey, what if I do this, this, and this, and suddenly it becomes a new build picture. And that's kind of how it usually goes, as it's an always ever evolving thing, I feel. And yeah, that leads us to this end. But of course, upcoming will be a little video that for the end of the year, as a little celebration, as well as my channel has quite grown, of course, this year. And I will also try to squeeze in another build showcase before the end of the year. I haven't exactly decided what yet, but we'll pick something and just go for it. And I hope you enjoyed this video and will join me in the next one, or over on Twitch, where I'm streaming quite often. And actually, this entire collection was recorded live on stream. And yeah, as always, have a good night. Yeah, ranty, rambly, but I'm also, my brain's gone, so I'm happy with the look there. How long was that? 135. Perfectly adequate. Don't overthink it. Don't go for perfection, because that's not... Usually I'm way too much of a perfectionist. I'm trying to be less about that, because usually as well then I lead into redoing and redoing and redoing and nothing ever really getting done. So that's 1 hour 4 minutes with a little bit of trimming, likely 1 hour 3 minutes. Let's bring my face back up and give everybody a jump scare. So we did a lot of you know, things I wanted to get done. Let's go murder some people for a little bit, and then likely I will go back and crawl back into bed, as yeah, my sleep schedule now is then completely busted. I also always love these red chairs. I should definitely use these red chairs for an intro. They do kind of show up. Wait, just a tangle of red chairs with one blue one on top. Art installations. Yeah, I always end the videos with have a good night. So that is but usually the streams as well, I kind of go like, instead we'll say have a good day. And we'll stitch all of those together later today. But for now, I want to go murder some stuff. We spent quite some time there. Oh hey, that's a guy I haven't seen in a while. Oh, they did it as well, did they? As yeah, a lot of that clan did spend some time cheesing out the scent thing when it was active. And that's maybe the thing I should do as well. Well, not that, not cheating and getting SHTs from Descent, but I'm gonna go do a Descent run. I don't know if anybody's actually active and wants to maybe join me. Cause yeah, I'm gonna guess several people are usually still at work. I might just go a solo run, unless somebody wants to join me. Man, if this Ferocious combat was with crit chance, I would have a use for it. Actually, what I should do as well is I did get this character to the point, of course, of these comms. Puppeteer. And I'm gonna guess you need to do the boss likely still twice. The boss fight. Actually, no, you get the comms from the mid-boss, right? So maybe not. But yeah, I still have to do this one. I actually haven't looked it up or anything still. But yeah, of course, that requires nighttime. Although, okay, it's basically nighttime. Let's see, actually, let's go see that. I wonder if we can be in the zone when nighttime happens. Let's not be. Let's just wait till 9. I know the first two, of course. Or well, the parts of the second one, not the full of it, but...
Hey there, Agent.
And yeah, I need to... I don't want to be wearing this. Let's go back to normal clothes. Let me guess. Doing emotes is part of a project today? Yep. That's what causes that. We'll wait till actually till nighttime. Let's go get those... see about getting those things. My world is set to normal as well, which makes it a lot easier. Let's see if I can figure them out. Anyway. I don't want to be in the cell when nighttime happens, just in case, but load into the cell. Actually, while we're waiting, we'll make a jump to campus. Just to check the vendor there briefly. Let me close up these windows, actually, and this window, and this window. a little bit more time or more space.
Store and in the vending machines on campus. I'm pretty excited to be eating.
Come on, Agent.
Because we can, especially I want to see, of course, if 511 is on any of the vendors, but
Always
not there at the very least. It's basically nighttime. We'll give it like that and then jump over. And they did place this one kind of cool then, actually, right? Because
Local power grid compromised.
Something smells delightful.
does it need like that person or something here? A fast travel to early. Fast travel all the way and back. See if that helps our situation.
Local power grid compromised.
How does it interact with this? That was a guy. Last time I didn't do the interact here.
Detected.
That we were interacting with the man. Yes, I totally see where I need to go. Don't worry. Let's end it here, of course.
Sir, we're approaching the coordinates. Should be in DC by nightfall. Agents Dunn and Ward seem pretty shaken up by the death of Mantis. Frankly, sir, I don't understand what happened back there. I don't know who took the shot or who would have killed her to keep her quiet.
Mantis. The namesake. An exotic that's getting a big buff. Let's go get a second one. Yeah, we did parts of this on my alt yesterday, but it was already very late and we gave up on it, and also like we ran out of time on it. So I already know it's there. This part I know, and then like leads up to there, and then I don't know. From there we'll be going blind. Is this Hoarder or is this something else? Wait, they spawned out there? What? They spawned beyond the boundary? What? I hope it doesn't keep me from interacting. For instance, echoes and stuff don't let you interact when you're in combat. Hoping that is not the case.
Hostile control point identified.
Oh, he came over.
that flank.
I got you. That idiot was always gonna get it.
So it was this, right?
Unknown network detected. Point of interest detected.
Okay, there is a note there. That's bad. Should have just made something black or something. It's kind of impossible to see that there is even a note on that thing. Because here again, like, was it this one? No. Like, you barely see it. There is a little bit of contrast there, at least, between the black and the, like, going dark gray.
Point of interest detected. Data record nearby.
Where? Won't be in here because, yeah, it will be a dick move. It's not these wires or anything, right? Gonna zoom. Yeah, no, that's not me. Way too out of the area of it. We just think it'll be somewhere on this thing or something. The annoying thing is as well, it's very it's been inconsistent so far in like how wide of a radius you should search. Gonna find the spot again. There's a blue light on the statue behind something with that. Oh, actually, yeah. That we had reached the end, because it did a different voice line.
Can I talk to you for a second?
Sure, Agent Johnson. How can I help?
I wanted to talk to you about Agent Kelso's behavior back there.
Right? It was awesome.
It was reckless.
Cindy.
She made a bomb out of moonshine.
Ha! An awesome bomb made out of moonshine.
She could have demolished the building.
But she didn't. And we got Odessa's daughter back. And we took out St. Alex. Win, win, and win.
How well do you really know Agent Kelso?
As well as anyone can know a coworker.
That's what she is to you? A co-worker?
Yeah, what else would she be?
An agent of the division.
Of course, she's an agent. But she's also just a person.
And people make mistakes.
And agents go rogue all the time. So what? People can change.
That's what worries me.
You sure you're cut out for this?
I don't know if anyone is.
Hostile control point nearby.
Let's see. Where we are heading off now to? Off to now. Jeez. That's going to be annoying because that could be a bunch of places. So 37537. I'm just going to use chat here. 37537. 37537, yeah. Because that could be 375, and then actually no, it couldn't be, right? Because we're already be let's go here. 37537, but that would be no, it would be let's see. I keep forgetting as well which one is the. Ew, okay, wait. There's negatives, of course. So it's likely from here then. So see what this gives us. I actually don't know what the 00 is here. This is 4360. And this is. This, and then this is positive, then, right? Because campus was positive. So 375, then a positive number. So 37, so wherever crossover is.
Civilians in distress.
Does that second number even go positive? I don't. No, let's go all the way over there. Oh wait, actually that's the first number, isn't it? So yeah, so it's this line, and then what is this? Is this positive? Is the white house 00? Like that seems like the thing to do, right? Okay, yeah. So we need to go. Yeah, a lot more this away. And 37.
Hostile control point detected.
Because you need to head a bunch more east and a bunch more south.
Rogue agent detected.
Is that part of it? Luckily I'm set to normal world. Yeah. Actually scared me. The camera went off. So it is here. At least, well, depends, because there's multiple ways to read that, of course. Because you could also have 37. Yeah, oh yeah, let's fix up the camera. Should just maybe take the easy way out and read the guide. Of course, they picked this one specifically for this. So what would otherwise be 37? So it would be this away. That's also. Let's try that. 37, 537. Because yeah, I don't know if that rogue call out, if that was part of it, or if that was just a rogue nearby. Gonna make the assumption of just a rogue nearby. So then it would be 537. 37 and then 537. Which actually likely isn't possible. Let's see. I want to head up north, see if I can even reach 537. I likely can.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
So then, yeah, maybe it's 37, 537. Oh, no, actually, yeah, no. Because even the furthest point here is 490. So likely I was on the more of the thing. So it was this intersection we were in at. Let's go and have a look.
Hostile
Basically
control point
over.
Identified.
Let's see what the.
Thank you for bringing me O'Carroll, but you're not what I'm after. It was here, right? 375, yeah. That was, because yeah, that was the. Oh, that's the. 37537. Like this is like here. So likely I'm misinterpreting it. So maybe it's in the case. You know what? These ones are always. Oh yeah, yeah. There we go. Let's just do that. So I don't want to keep bashing my head against this. Oh, okay. Yeah. So it wasn't the case. I don't have enough time likely. So yeah, it's all the way down here. So it's. Is that a train yard, I think? And yeah, I don't think we'll have enough time to make it. Well, yeah. Sunlight is happening. No snitch here either. So wait, what is this coordinate then? Let's actually look like around here-ish. Wait, what? How does that line up? What was my... Properties. Wait, what? Or wait, this is for 4. How have they fucking formatted this? Oh, okay, the text is below the picture. That is the dumbest thing I've seen all day. What is this one then? Okay, so it's over there. All right. So I'm gonna go scout the
Also,
location.
control
just
point
quickly.
nearby.
So it's here. Just want to see mostly how the numbers line up. Like, what did they? I messed that one up. House of the Wealthy. I mean, yeah, bank. Right? Although, let's go have a peek at there. I didn't want to have those comms on, especially this character. But likely I'll get it on the other characters as well, just because this might be seasonal. Maybe. Maybe they'll not be available in the future.
What the?
Oh, it's minus numbers and it's just... Okay. That's a big move. Did it have any indication that it could... That was... Let me see. Nah, okay, so... The last race of the House of the Wealthy. Right? Let's actually spoil myself completely. Where is it exactly? There.
I fought for this country. The damn country gave up on me.
Yeah, so. You guys not be here. Yeah. Looks to be like around here-ish then. Alright, so it's back there. Okay, we'll come back to that one later. As I did find a quick guide online, which was just some imager pictures, but yeah, the dumb thing is it's picture and then the explanation of it, which makes sense for imager, but yeah, normal humans put, you know, when you put recruiter number 3 and then this picture, I'll click this picture instead of that. But yeah, we at least know for next time. Because while I don't mind these kind of puzzles, also just, you know, find the spot is meh. I'd rather have real puzzles. Yeah, let's take ourselves back to White House. Let me actually, I haven't even looked at targeted and stuff. Let's actually have a brief look at it. Hey, 511 is finally on his own. Although, yeah, that video is going out today. I'm not gonna farm and then redo that part. But yeah, that one, yeah, not brands I'm looking for, but at least farmable there. And yeah, we're good to go hit that. Let's maybe do that for a little bit here. Gonna set this gal's world back to heroic. And we'll leave her there. We'll go to character 2 on this account and just farm some levels for a little bit. But likely as well, just a little bit.
If I see any hostiles,
Likely another 40 minutes till the hour. That'll likely be it for me for this morning. Oh, actually, I went to the wrong scene there, of course, which I was not on. And we'll try to get those comms. The annoying thing is, of course, yeah, day is 72 minutes. So
Entering safe area.
next night is like 60 or like, well, 60, 50 minutes away. So we're not getting that like in this session. But what we can get in this session is a reset of control points, a change of these to be 5 directives, and still heroic. We'll go and stand over here for a second and grab our hot shot. And we'll do a little bit of our mandatory daily grind. Could actually just hit these control points as part of the manhunt. I likely won't. Let's go hit the mast and stuff. Yeah, let's go hit the group of 1 first, please. Actually, no, let's go hit the nest and stuff first, please. I won't have ammo for this one. And hey there, Irby. Word farming for new ARs? They might. Yes and no. If you have nothing better to do, it's fine. But keep in mind that all changes are, you know, changes may apply to changes. So I would say, you know, if you're gonna go farm out for some, keep an eye out for some 50,000s, ACREs and G36Es. They're likely, I mean, even if they don't get the buff as high as they got, especially the F2000, maybe likely the F2000 may not get its buff as high as it had it there in the PTS, but the rest I feel should very much be, you know, still getting a decent buff. But it might also like turn out that they buff the SIG for like a humongous amount all of a sudden or something. So that's the danger there. But if you need something to just keep you busy, it's not, there are worse things. Wait, what? Oh, of course, don't have the terminal yet.
Grenade launched!
Really? It was pretty far away. So yeah, let's cross over here because I want to be on that side. That's some close footsteps. Whatever. Let's go get set up here in my favorite spot. Assault this control point from. Let's send in our little friend. Oh. Poke the sky. I want the purple. I've determined. Oh, really? I didn't.
Reinforcements en route.
Oh, jeez.
Vital signs critical.
2 big hits. How did I not get the purple in one shot? I hadn't lost my vigilance yet.
Agent killed.
And that's the reason I called him in, because sometimes you get murdered like that.
Go get him! I'm in trouble here.
Over aim it. Guarantee the hit.
Go on, I'm here for you. Trying to heal. Deal with
Let's just start the murder. There's some meat shields in front of me. There you go. NPCs making noises again.
Over there! I can destroy that.
It's our chance.
Determined, perfectly balanced, as all things should not be.
They're coming right at me!
But it is great for farming levels and stuff. Which is my goal here, so I'll make use of the tools provided to me.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Usa Ayusa. Likely spawning from across. Also, one of these days, I really need to spend some hours going after the Christmas hoarder, seeing if I can get lucky with one of those Grupo backpacks. Wouldn't mind having one skill haste, skill damage. It would be nice if they just added them to the loot pools. Like, just do it. Make the chill out as well, just part of the loot pool. Don't keep them Christmas locked.
Fire starter!
Wait, that didn't blow you up?
I'll destroy it all.
Oh. One more chance.
Serious trauma detected. Agent out of action.
I'm hoping the fire goes out before the guy comes and gets me.
Stay with me.
But yeah, they got lucky with a grenade. Sirs, madam, sir, PJ.
Destroy that thing! Yes. Count on me! I got your back!
I mean,
Hostile supply convoy nearby.
Reloading!
I was afraid of.
I'll keep watch.
I think I killed him!
Don't lose concentration.
To actually make a headshot there. A horror. Don't pay me enough for that.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Reload!
I got your back.
I was running away to avoid his grenade, but I actually ran into his grenade.
Coming around us!
Move! Move!
Shit, I gotta move! Drop one!
Hey! Hey! You okay?
For the second I look away, he runs. Also, there's a convoy coming in, and they're actually right there. Like they're literally there.
Pull back now!
Incoming hostiles detected.
I know you're out there.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Good thing they don't shoot at me and they just run past me first. Oh, it's two ways. Sorry. Where?
Hostile broadcast detected.
That explains it. Looking the wrong way. No rogues and no
Proud
rogues.
of us.
Us? Who's this us?
Supply room access unlocked.
Catch up here as well. Did you spot this game? Should I play solo or co-op? Any advice for beginners? Likely when you're starting out, you will. There isn't many people nowadays like going through the base game. Most of the people are at end game. So you'll kind of be, you don't have just open matchmaking and stuff working really well. What you can do is use the system that is call for backup. That will actually get players that are much higher level to come and help. But also your first playthrough, I would say, unless it kind of depends on the player that you are and what you kind of enjoy. If you like exploring and such, I would definitely say consider playing a bunch of it solo. If you only using call for backups, if you're kind of stuck maybe at points or something, because you have the time then to explore and stuff. But if you're not that much into exploring, if you just want to go fast towards end game maybe, for instance, or you have a goal in mind as like raiding or something, then you can choose to use call for backup. But of course it's really dependent on who you get. Sometimes you get decent people that'll go like, hey, do you want to go fast, do you want to go slow? Well, and there's then others that just come in and just steamroll through everything.
Civilians in danger.
But yeah, at least now you kind of know your options. But you won't find people matchmaking usually at lower levels because just the player base is mostly at end game. For very yeah, actually kind of like what Cairo said there. And the game is very solo friendly, so it's also not like it's harder solo or something. As for instance here. I am solo. And then what's the plates, right? Yeah.
Fuck you, agent! Give me a hug!
Really? Oh. Wait, that aggroed them?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Why are you guys aggroed?
Civilians in
Just because I fired a high-powered sniper rifle around here? You guys wanted to get involved?
Reinforcements incoming.
For a second there, I thought she did get down, Mr. President.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
No miniguns. Revoking your minigun license. And I want to hit her another thingy.
Civilians in danger.
Yeah. Let's go get ready for defense.
Hostiles detected.
Likely coming from that way then. I'm getting shot at. And I do love the spotting drone. Makes it so much easier. And they'll... Wait, you guys ran past? Uh-oh. Welcome back. Enjoy your time up there. But yeah, all my allies are over there. They ran past them just to come after me. I mean, it's not the worst choice on their part. But... And yeah, I did miss a bunch of shots there. Caused that, you know. Which caused that as well.
I want that minigun!
Gotta reload, quick! I can't help from this bot! They're coming for me!
Run! Run! I'll destroy it! Hey! We'll defend ourselves!
I was gonna say, where's the Rusher?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Did he blow himself up? Let's go kill this Scorcher.
Civilians in distress.
Scorcher? No scorching. Yeah. Oh. Got you though.
Really saved us.
Supply room access
Oh,
unlocked.
thanks overall. Really looking forward to enjoy this game. By the way, can you control NPC allies? No, not really. It's not that kind of game. Should I hang on to the SIG? Nah, I've already have one. But yeah, there is no real like control of allies or stuff like that in this game. You have your skills. You can control your skills. A turret and a drone, for instance. But that's about the extent of it. And the zone being Murakami at least makes it easy to deconstruct everything. And yeah, we'll go a little bit longer and then we'll park it there. And we'll continue on tonight or this evening. And I'll likely go and take the rest of a few hours of sleep, as I did actually barely sleep, and then I woke up to being very cold, and that was just my balcony door had like sprung open almost. It turns out I kind of need to lock it when there is a storm. Like if I just close it with like just the handle, apparently that's not enough. Or if there's like heavy winds. Yeah. And yeah, once I was up from that, you know, the shock of jumping out of bed and closing the door as it's raining inside, it was just like, yeah, I'm awake now. So we just, you know, thought let's put together that video, which we did. We put most of it together, so just need to go stitch it. And it's, give it a description and a thumbnail, and yeah, it's up. And I'm taking this route to get some keys back, as this sewer has 7 key cabinets. So you get a bunch of them back. Yeah, I really feel the sleep. Didn't want to swap weapon there to a pistol for a much easier shot on that thing. To keep my determined. I am determined to keep my determined. Seeing as we are getting a bunch of keys, we'll open up those. Although I'm way too full up on keys anyway, but this is the reason why I am too way full up on keys. I do quite often grab keys along the way. And this also puts us behind the control point in a second. Although actually attacking it from the front is... I don't mind that either. But attacking it from this side, we get to shoot at people coming out of the door real quickly. And I haven't done anything specific planned for this evening, but likely
Friendly combatants nearby.
we'll do some, actually, group there isn't the worst, actually. Oh, yeah. Likely as well, still try to get that 511. Because, yeah, we can do bounty cheeses here a little bit. It usually goes to this, to the National Archives. But also, Grupo being in this zone isn't the worst as an option. Thing is, though, I'm a little bit torn between, you know, putting time in on getting 511 or putting time in on leveling.
Hostile control point detected.
Because I do want to reach a very specific level. Which, of course... Well, she's not coming up because it's pretty far away still, but I have like, for that goal, I have like a month and a half still. And yeah, I want to reach that 20k on a specific date. But that does mean that, yeah, I need to put the work in and get further towards that.
Detected.
But as we've seen, even when like bounty cheese grinding, which is like, you know, pretty easy and not just annoying. We did like 100 levels, and although yeah, we did take took out my hive for some reason. Oh, let's deal with that first. So I don't want to deal with both. We'll spawn from this door on the side. There's no cover here though. That's the only annoying thing.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Really?
Incoming hostiles detected.
Run pretty fast. Let's recycle that drone. We'll wait for it to come back. I want to have a full drone. Whatever. Yeah, Freedom Fighters. The game, oh yeah. It even ended on a cliffhanger, but they never gave it a sequel. Was it from Insomniac? Or was it somebody else?
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
But yeah, this very much is not that kind of game. Because also there's co-op, of course. So that's, there you can just actually...
What is that damn smell?
Oh, it was IO Interactive. Oh, wow, actually, okay. I just there noticed a familiar name as well attached to it, which is Jesper Kid,
All this shit.
who
My life is for.
is now a little bit of a persona non grata, right? Kind of. But, or was that somebody else? I don't remember. But yeah, he worked on a bunch of Assassin's Creed stuff later on in his career. And yeah, that one was a really good game. It's too bad that the PC version, like, barely, like, even the GOG, or is there a GOG version? I actually don't know. If it was that version. Definitely. Tried to make it work again, like, a few years ago, but yeah. Gave up after a while.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And name this out. And the name is... I was gonna say down, but yeah. They don't peek, of course. Smarter than that, they know when you're watching. They're like inverse Santa. Instead of they're watching all the time, they know when you are watching.
Detected.
Inverse Santa. That is actually quite the phrase. Let's go put my drone all the way out there-ish somewhere. And let's call in our allies.
Reinforcements en route.
Like we do this control point and haunted house, and then
Additional hostile contacts.
end it there. Seeing as my drone isn't spotting anything, they shall be there.
Light to the darkness!
Don't bring light to the darkness. There's no need for lights at the darkness. Oh, Scooby.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Oh yeah, which I had that it is 5 directives, so yeah, it eats into effectiveness of a lot of builds. Because yeah, definitely this build isn't the fastest, even though it's like insta killing everything. You could be even faster.
Hostile detected.
But it comes at the cost of directives usually. And they're spawning from that side, and my drone did lose end duration. Are they coming from that side? Oh yeah, there. It's got pushed back by the allies pushing in.
That's what the division did to us! I'm coming!
Friendly combatants detected.
It's scaling just beyond the one-shot capabilities here.
Goddamn day to be alive.
No hunters, no hunters. Actually, yeah, we had split fight there, so
Supply room access.
definitely no hunters. Just hopped in for level. Oh no, that's fine, Zoops. Although yeah, likely me as well. I'm just gonna go hit one more control point. But yeah, 2-man scaling isn't too bad. Still, but it becomes more of an issue usually with 4-man scaling, slowing things down. But I'm fine with 2-man. Let's go with the last control point together. We have a territory control along the way as well that we kind of can sneak past it, but let's just take it out. That one's a fast one. But yeah, just watch out for the 5 directives because that. Although I'm guessing you're running some form of tech tank, actually, yeah, Heartbreaker tech tank. But that still leaves Pistolero.
Friendly control point detected.
You killed enough of our people.
Everyone, I know how to use this thing. I'm with you.
No!
I have the terminal. Okay. Yeah, they spawn from that door in a second, so I'm gonna stack up on there. Shall I relieve the red so you can pistol kill it for ammo?
Incoming hostiles
Teamwork.
detected. Access key detected. Serious trauma detected.
I'll leave him for a pistol kill. He's weakened anyway already.
Now they're screwed.
Hang on. The downside is, yeah, I can't really weaken them or anything for you, because the shot will just murder them. Let's pull out a grenade and put it away, and it will give me all my armor back. Grab these. Let's grab the key chest along the way here as well. Because who can say no to a free Acosta? This one's always annoying to open. You kind of have to stand weird and then like kind of look up instead of down. And mostly it's because it's kind of occluded by the little by the door there. And yeah, let's go assault this one. Yeah, that'll be when I stop. Oh. Ah, damn it.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
The guy's running with the... Normally they drop it inside... Ah, he's far... That was funny. I almost don't want to shoot him. Yeah, bad, huh? He was trundling towards me with his thingy. Yeah. And we have a good old head and shoulders problem. We keep hitting shoulders instead of heads. Ouch. You hate those things,
Immediate
always.
medical assistance needed.
I'll look forward to murdering its owner in a second.
Hostile broadcast detected.
That should be enough to get going from there on. Yeah, once this gets going, it's even more ongoing than ongoing directive. Just trying to.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Yeah, my aim is getting worse and worse,
Broadcast picked up.
but it's fine. I can still sneak some headshots in. Yeah, we didn't even call them in. So we have all the time to loot and get some ammos and stuff, and then set up for defense. And it's still having some frame drops here and there, like there we had the frame drop, and also the renderer didn't like that. And once you're ready, Skeeves, feel free to call them in. I'm set up. Very much enjoying this spot
Reinforcements
nowadays.
incoming.
Because you have a good shot on that side, just not on that side
Detecting
that much.
additional hostile contacts. Hostile broadcast detected.
Destroy it!
Come on, peek.
See me hit him?
Oh, don't. Likely other side. So yeah, I should put my drone there because I kind of need the drone on that side to actually see what I'm shooting at. So on this side I'll be fine. Somebody put a huge tree in the way.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Who would do such a thing?
Go get him!
Left him on a sliver.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Hurry up! I need you back with me!
His head is like full wiggle. You know what? Just for you. See, that works too. You can even body shot, even without the tune. Just need attack 50. And an enemy that is weakened severely.
Access unlocked.
You know what they should do, actually, as a nerf to Determined, as the big nerf to Determined, is no loot drops if you kill an enemy with Determined. Then you can still keep it for leveling, but then, yeah, no loots. And it's gonna be the right idea. We're gonna fast travel, which puts us next to the loot room. No keepers. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. And, also, I still haven't figured out, why is this place called Haunted House? Is it that thing that is the Haunted House?
Hostile
Or is-
broadcast
yeah, that's
detected.
that's the Haunted House then, right? Like, this doesn't look haunted housey.
Division still hear that? Really? Then we'll do this for sure. All right.
see what the front of it looks like. I mean, it's it's an empty house, but haunted. And yeah, I'm gonna jump to the White House and pop my caches. And that'll be it for this afternoon and this morning. In a second, I'll go and find somebody to send everybody over to. So we'll, of course, have a little bit of a raid. And yeah, I'll be back this evening, which will be in 7 hours time. Leaving me a few hours of sleeping to do. So that's good.
Good to be seeing you.
See if anything's worthwhile keeping here. Unlikely, but that's also because most of the things I want, especially on this account. Wouldn't mind some, maxed out weapons here and there. So
Thank you, Agent.
that's basically it.
Appreciate
Or yeah, weapons to and gear to free talent. But yeah, thanks Scoop for joining that last little bit. And I do like the look. There is no pointing thing, right?
In a group.
Because then yeah, we would have like Spider-Man meme, but then with this, like just is it you? Is it me? Is it you? It also kind of looks like the wolves, actually. Thinking about it. But everybody will look the same. Well, actually, likely not everybody, because this thing is way too expensive for what it is. But of course, as a sucker as I am, I do buy them because I want to have all of them on this account, and I have some disposable income. And yeah, let's just end it there. Let me briefly check who is available to be raided. I see Zeva's online. Let's actually see that they're yeah, just that they're in division. Yeah, we'll do that. I always enjoy her content. Gonna send everybody over to Zeva Swagger. I'd actually never pronounced the words, of course. There we have it. And I'm gonna start that raid. And normally I would of course say, as I did as well earlier, say at the end of the video to have a good night. Well, it's not night, at least. If it is for you, then good night. But instead, I shall say have a good day, and hopefully I'll see you this evening. And yeah, enjoy.
I could do the manhunt all over. This one was bugged. Oh wow.